think people are early.
Right? Yes.
Are we able to have the other one rotate, or are we not able to do that with kids on standby?
No, we can't. I have to fix it thing first.
Okay, I think we've got to fix what we're doing. Okay. So, now on to the interviews. Actually, one last thing, if you wouldn't mind helping Mike. Would you just go and grab one of those microphones, maybe at the podium, turn it on, and just give us
Yeah, I have one here.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Share.
So,
You got it?
yeah.
All right. Well, you need to punch him in the butt and like, dude, get off your ass. You need to do something. With what? Okay. Oh, that's not good.
I just said I'm busy. These are the ones you're talking about, right?
This is being super weird right now, and I need to not be here. So at this moment, I need to not be here.
Let's go.
I think we should.
These go on the projector?
Yes, please.
Do you want them set up on the top?
In the center thing that's open. No, on the cart, the center part. Will they fit in there? Plug them straight into the computer. Hey, I need your sweater to go down to the overflow. I need you to go in there so I can send you a link and you can see if it works. Thank you. Let me call me when you're in there. And I sent you the link on your email already. At your .unlv or your @unlv. All right. Thank you. Bye. All right. I don't know why. Mike is one that.
Yeah.
Okay, right here. Right here, and I'll tell you what, if you just stand right there, I'll show you what that is. And I have a really good mic, so I'll hear exactly what they're going to say. So, now with that said, with that said, you can see that it looks good. And here's our mic, and we're ready. We'll start with that. Very good.
I had a really good awesome students.
Now we're right here for me if you would, and yes, you can sit on your side. No worries, of course, yes. Yes, and right here if you would. Is that loud enough? Of course. No worries. Sorry, we're just, thanks.
This is great. You're brilliant, CJ.
Well, we just roll.
2 for 1 deal.
Check, 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 check. And maybe Catherine? Catherine,
This is what I think. It's too big, too loud. More taxes and regulations. Spying on our citizens, that's just wrong. I'm not raising hell.
That sounds good. That sounds good. The technical issue is that our first person is well, I'll tell you what, you're welcome to come and hang out.
I'll hang it out.
Okay, very good. I'll told on the tape. And let's have you turn toward the camera. There we go. Yeah, and I'm gonna leave that here, so don't go far. Catherine, I'm sorry. And you're- Right. Yeah, so what would be the first question that we might have for him or like? Okay, oh, yeah. He's already had.
Yeah, what does it mean for UNLV to have an institute for UAS?
Okay, no, not quite yet. So what I'm gonna need from you real quick is just your first, last name. So I have that one in the other thing.
Do you need me to spell it out?
Yes, please. Okay, anytime you're ready.
I'm Joel Lieberman, Lieberman, Chair of the Criminal Justice Department at UNLV.
And Erin Mays is a stoppelganger, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we've met. Yes, I did your studio shoot. Yes. Okay. So Catherine, we're ready for that question. And go ahead and just look at Catherine. Yeah.
So, what does it mean for UNLV to have an institute for UAS?
It's a tremendous opportunity. There are people in departments throughout the university doing work in UAS activities. People certainly in the engineering college, law school, but also in the criminal justice department, journalism. There's implications for environmental studies and public administration. And up to this point, people have largely been working in their own silos. So an institute that will integrate these activities will allow us to leverage each other's resources and really move ahead by establishing really what UNLV can do in this area.
Where do you see U.S. technology 5 years from now, perhaps 10 years from now?
The projected growth of the industry is really enormous. Some estimates have put it at around 10,000 drones in the commercial airspace by 2020. Very strong economic impact. It's between $9 billion and $100 billion impact, creation of perhaps over 100,000 jobs. So So UAVs are coming into the national airspace in a big way, but it's also an issue to figure out how to integrate them in the national airspace in a safe way and a way that protects privacy concerns.
And what are some of the implications on privacy law?
In terms of privacy law, there's certainly a well-established law in terms of regulating surveillance that can come from aerial, from airplanes, from helicopters, but drones are a slightly different entity because they can fly much lower, they can cover in ways that we haven't seen for other types of technology. So it really creates new situations. Technology goes that council, helicopters, photography, all these are technologies that what's about to manage and
Anything else you want to do? Before you walk away, let me like it. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
We'll have you come on over here and we'll get your mic while you.
I can talk to UAS industry and applications and what's happening now.
Anywhere you go. Okay. And if you could just look at Kathleen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and just while I get focused and all that, until the first and last name is spelled.
I'm Lynn Fenstermaker. The last name is Fenstermaker. Sorry?
What you were just saying earlier, you wanted to talk about UAS technology, maybe a little background on it.
Okay. Well, UAS is really important for Nevada. Right now, I call it the UAS gold rush. Everybody's excited, wants to go. We have a lot of people interested in bringing their businesses to Nevada and employing students coming out of our high schools and colleges that are now able to get UAS training. So it's an exciting time. But we're all just waiting for the FAA, particularly for small UAS, and what guidelines we'll have to operate under. It's also an exciting time for expanding upon applications at the Desert Research Institute, as well as UNLV and UNR. A lot of researchers in the environmental sciences are looking to use UAS unmanned aircraft systems as another tool in the tool bag to better understand our environment. It's a way to get out and have high resolution, detailed data. You can fly around a canopy, a structure, and do imaging that then can build a three-dimensional model of what's happening, and you can put that into other models to predict future scenarios and so forth. So it's a wide open as far as the number of environmental applications, of course. Wildfires, both pre and post and during wildfires, monitoring land cover, doing a number of things from land, air, water.
Well, how do you think it open the door to others?
Well, like I said, it's just a tool bag. So once we get the go-ahead from the FAA to be flying more, and people can see where it fits in, we can have people coming in and say, hey, we want to develop our sensors here. In fact, one company right now called Sensorian has been developing a number of air monitoring sensors, and they want to come out here and do testing. And so I see other entities who want to build different types of sensors to put on this platform coming to that.
What do you think is one of the most interesting uses of UAS technology that people might not think of?
Well, I often get a oh wow when I talk about one of the things that our DRI scientists are looking to do. DRI has been involved in cloud seeding for a number of years. We used to have a manned aircraft where we went and flew up clouds and did some cloud seeding. We had a tragic accident where we lost a crew. So then we went to ground-based cloud seeding where we send flares up into the sky to inject the clouds or particles to help get more rain out of those clouds. But they, when you have something on the ground, they're not always in the right location. So we're looking to build a UAS platform to do cloud seeding.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just leave it at that.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much.
Oh,
you're welcome. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. It's seen worse. No worries. Anyone else? Yeah. Professor O. Where did you run up to? Let me go check. It's terribly busy.
This one with the engine backwards. Yeah, the 6 pushers. Right there. Good spot. There's some pieces running away.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Right there on the stage for me, and I'll put the microphone on. And Catherine, can you sneak on the other side? We have to go that way. No, you're fine. Oh,
So they welcome you back.
need to pick, right? I mean, that's a small part. Catherine's going to ask all the questions. And while I get focused, I am going to ask you for.
Oh, yeah.
May I get your first and last name, and if you could spell it for me, please?
Sure. My first and last name is Paul O. Last name is O.H.
Any strange spelling on Paul? Is it just the normal spelling?
Spelled P-A-U-L.
Very good. Okay. And Catherine is going to ask you the first question.
Sure. Well, what does the UAS industry mean to Nevada? The only analogy that I have is the space race, going to the moon. It is Nevada's opportunity, it is its heritage to be able to really make a mark and have ownership of this entire industry, which is going to be transformative.
And you can go ahead and look at Catherine for the next question.
Sure, my work in UAS has been over 10 years. It actually was motivated because of 9/11. I lived in New York for close to 10 years. Moved down to Philadelphia. At that time, we wanted to apply robotics know-how to be able to help with first response. And there were UAVs, but they typically fly very high in speed. What the first responders was telling us is that they needed something that could give them situational awareness, be it in the cave, tunnel, forts, buildings. So that's when we started to build very bird-sized unmanned aircraft. Since that time, we've grown. Now these are assets that are used, for example, Hurricane Katrina or other technical disasters. Also, an institute dedicated to unmanned systems would be an enormous impact, not just for the university, but for the country. So by best knowledge, there is no similar type of institute just dedicated to unmanned systems. And I think in Nevada, there's no better place that allows you to look at different sides of it. That actually would be the leader to generate future leaders workforce. So, yeah, I'm very cautious about what I say about the future. just not because I don't think it'll be realized, it's a question of when we the technologies are accelerating at such a fast pace that even in our recent times, we're seeing technologies go extinct. How many of us remember VHS videos, floppy drives, or even USB sticks? Now we're using streaming. But battery technology is just getting better, lighter, stronger materials, computers are faster. Even our cell phones get extinct in 2 years. So all these type of technologies trickle down to us to the healthcare system. And so I can imagine after the next 5 to 10 years that you would at least have the technology or capability to assist in the automation of these systems. Wow. No, I'm just ready to get really excited about this industry. It's like going to the moon, something that I remember growing up as a little kid. But going to Nevada this trip, I'm really excited.
Fantastic. Get that microphone to you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Exchange.
CJ.
Oh, yes, of course. If you set it down, I'll tuck it in when I'm done. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And I can scoot over for you if I'm in your way too.
I think you're fine. You're fine. You're perfect. You can't wait to be able to have
And while you're looking that over, just say to the camera your first and last name.
My name is Richard.
There you go, perfect. Nice.
Yeah, the U.S. They put them all together. Industry means jobs. Very excited not be able to and also is for people in the school system to encourage students to have education. Let's have value. Yes. New industries. Let's depend on with those engineers, science, have a 20-year head start virtually operate. We need to start talking about today. It sounds like you're going to need some words of applications. I think we all recognize on some level that we all probably untapped good ideas most of the time. We all realize privacy, and smartphone and most people are trying to so training officers in
Yeah, okay. What do you want?
Just while I focus on the other slide back to the tab around the side.
You know what the mouse is? Mouse. It's right next to it. It's on top of the
protections.
Like they just clear a path now and make it when you wait for weather.
Finish talking? So we can get on with the program. I want to thank, welcome first to UNLV's law students. We're very proud of all of you having you here. Welcome to what we hope will be the first of several symposia at the Boyd Law School, which will be put on quarterly under the sponsorship of the Fenimore Craig Jones Vargas Law Firm and the nation's leading law school, the Boyd Law School. All apologies to Steve. I think it might be a close time. I want to first introduce the dignitaries who are here. We have several, and I hope I don't omit anyone. If I do, please give me a signal and allow me to introduce you as well, because we are honored to have all of you here. First of all, Senator Mark Hutchison. Assemblywoman Dina Neal. Honorable Phil Pro. Master Judge Bill Hoffman. Jack Finn from Senator Dean Heller's office. Jack here. Vice Chancellor Constance Brooks. Dean Rama Venkat from the School of Engineering. Tom Piota, who went on to be Vice President for Research and Economic Development. Robert Ulmer, UNLV Dean of the Greenspan College. Nancy Wong from Arcata, and a member of NIAS, Assemblywoman Irene Bustamante Adams. Is Elliot Anderson here? Nancy Rappaport, Special Advisor to the President. I will save the introduction of Dina Titus, who will be speaking. Dean Hamilton will introduce her. Lynn Fenstermaker from DRI is here. And as I said, I am Joe Brown. I'm fortunate to have been one of the people involved from the start in putting together the program for the UAS in Nevada. I was asked, because of past involvements with the Nellis Air Force Base and Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, as well as with UNLV, they asked me if I could be kind of a liaison, the guy to put everybody together on this. And so almost 3 years ago, we started having a series of meetings with academics and defense contractors and military, ex-military officers who had a lot of education to do with me because I didn't know what they were talking about, this UAS stuff. And I got a great education and worked together over the next couple of years with a wonderful group of people. I know some of them at least are here. Steve Curtis, John Daniels, Jamie Laxalt, I don't know who else might be here. Anybody else who was involved in the effort that prepared the Nevada response to the SIR, I'd like to give you a This was a wonderful effort, a collaborative effort between people primarily here in Southern Nevada. Steve Endicott from Fallon. Steve, stand up again so we get a second one here. And it was truly a collaborative effort between UNLV, Neil Smatras, and Rama and his crew of people pitched right in. The DRI folks were very, very instrumental in our successes. And again, it was Nevada at its finest in terms of our politicians, our elected officials, our people in Washington. Governor Sandoval worked very well with Senator Harry Reid and Dean Heller, and Dina Titus, as a member of the Transportation Committee, was extremely helpful to us. Joe Heck was as well. Joe Heck was involved with the UAV's caucus on the Hill. And Stephen Horsford was as well. Got in there. We really worked, as I said, I can't say enough, as a total state effort. We went to the legislature. We got letters of support, actually resolutions of support from each of the caucuses in the Nevada legislature, and then we went to every one of the Nevada political subdivisions, such as Clark County, the city of Las Vegas, Henderson, Reno, Sparks, etc., and got resolutions of support, because we saw that some of the other states were having difficulties with laws being passed prohibiting UAVs on the issue of privacy. So that brings us now down to the subject matter of today's very important first symposium. And we are honored and thrilled to have Dean Chemerinsky as our first keynote speaker. I will now turn the podium over to Dean Dan Hamilton, who will do the introductions.
So, of course, we all extend gratitude to Joe Brown, who did as much and probably more than anybody in the state to bring UAS and the test site to Nevada. So let's. I'm the dean of the law school. This is a critical, new, and crucial new industry for the state. This is one of the series of discussions we'll be having around the issues raised by UAS. I do want to also extend a welcome to Steve Hill, who is here from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Where's Steve Hill? So, Representative Elliot Anderson has made it from class. So welcome. We have an extraordinary panel that just shows the depth of the resources and expertise we have in this state surrounding UAS. And we have, of course, one of the foremost constitutional thinkers in the nation, and Dean Erwin Chemerinsky, who is here today. On the way over here, a student asked him if he would sign his casebook, which is, that shows you the level of devotion that he inspires. So I just have a very happy task of welcoming Congresswoman Dina Titus. She really needs no introduction in this room. She is a great, great friend of UNLV and represents all of our interests in Congress, and we just thought we'd ask her to say a few words. So, Dina.
Well, thank you, Dean Hamilton, for letting me help kick off this very impressive and important symposium. I, too, want to thank Joe Brown for his leadership in this area. You know, one of the things I like about the Boyd Law School and really admire it for is that its willingness to step outside the courtroom, so to speak, and take on some very interesting and sometimes controversial policy areas. You recently had a film festival on civic participation, and after the new year, you're going to do one on medical marijuana. And today, looking at unmanned aerial systems is no exception to that. So we thank you for being a positive player in the policymaking process, as well as being such a fine place to go to school. I'm like you. I believe that this field is going to make a tremendous difference for Nevada and the national economy. And that's why, as the only member of the Transportation Committee and a member of the Aviation Subcommittee, I was very vocal in supporting the selection of Nevada as one of the test sites for these systems. I cornered Administrator Huerta every time I could when he came before hearings in our committee. We wrote letters, I made phone calls, and we very strongly advocated for Nevada to be chosen, and we were proud when that happened. I also recently sent a letter to the Secretary of Transportation, Fox, as well as to the FAA, advocating again for the University of Nevada and this law school to be part of the group that's chosen to be the center of excellence for studying this as we move forward. And we're pretty optimistic that that's going to happen, given the reputation that y'all have. And so we'll keep on that just as well. Now, this is a field that is moving very fast. I don't have to tell you that. You're right in the middle of it. It's moving fast in terms of public service and use of unmanned vehicles, whether it is surveying and helping in areas hit by emergency situations or in tracking down fugitives. We're also seeing it, though, on the commercial side. An increased desire for businesses to get involved. You've heard the story of the convenience store man who delivered the 6-pack of beer to the ice fisherman in Minnesota. We've had the NAT spring training filmed by an unmanned vehicle. And right here we have a company in Las Vegas using a drone to carry a banner advertising right down the strip. So it is coming fast, and that's why we really can't afford to get it wrong. You know, I read a recent report that was issued by the Association of Unmanned Vehicle Systems International that predicts that in the first 3 years of integration, we're going to see more than $13.6 billion added to the economy and the creation of over 70,000 jobs. By 2025, those numbers are going to grow to more than 100,000 jobs with an economic impact of $82 billion. So this is coming, and it's coming fast. Now, there are 2 areas that I think we need to address, and y'all are going to do that with the distinguished panelists that you have. And the first is FAA regulation. Now, you know how slow government moves. Congress doesn't move at all, and the FAA is just about as bad. Right now, we need regulations to govern the safety of operation and integration of these systems into our national airspace. But we are operating under a quarter-of-a-century-old set of regulations that govern the flying of hobby aircraft. That's how behind the times that we are. Now, as a rule for the smaller UAS systems under 50 pounds by March of 2011, that has come and gone. We're now getting word that that may be done by the end of this year, and we certainly hope so. Congress has tried to keep pressure on the FAA because we included in the reauthorization language a requirement that the final rule for all of the different systems would be in place by September of 2015. Now, I'm not very optimistic that that's going to happen, but I'm going to continue to monitor it, and I need your input and your advice as that moves forward. The second area, and it's related to the notion of regulation, of course, is the question of privacy that y'all are going to be addressing. You know, as part of the test system that Nevada was chosen, we had to develop a privacy policy. We didn't have any laws on the books, so we had to rely primarily on federal regulation and on case law to determine our privacy policy. We need to address questions like the kind of in California, a law passed that the Governor Jerry Brown vetoed and said was too restrictive. We've seen Texas and Florida and Virginia and Utah pass legislation. And as I understand it, Elliot Anderson has a proposed bill draft for the next legislative session, so I'm sure you'll all be involved with how that comes out in Utah. I mean, here in Nevada. Utah too, but here in Nevada. So those are the things we're facing going forward. Congress has a role to play in furthering the FAA regulations, also in looking at how we can do something nationally about privacy as well. I suspect Congress will get involved in that, certainly in light of the fact that we're pushing the regulation, and also the controversy you've seen recently over the NSA has brought this to a highlight at that level as well. So I thank you for doing this. You are the experts. We need your advice. It's very important that this policy be done in a transparent way, and a symposium like this will help to do it. And once you get those 2 issues resolved, you don't have anything else to do, then maybe you can discuss the ethic dilemma of using drones in warfare. Why not? You can have another symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to stress that this is a cross-campus and cross-state partnership, and I very much want to recognize all the people who made this day and the future days possible. That includes not only the Law School of Clinical Craig, but also the College of Engineering, thanks very much, and the UNLV Department of Criminal Justice, and of course the Desert Research Institute, and the Governor's Office of Economic Development. This is a team effort, and we are working very well together. I'm grateful. So, to actually talk about some original research that is going on around issues of UAS and drones, it's my great pleasure to introduce two professors from UNLV from the Department of Criminal Justice. Dr. Joel Lieberman is professor and chair of the Criminal Justice Department at UNLV. He received his PhD in psychology from the University of Arizona, and his work involves the application of social psychological theories to criminal justice issues. His research specifically focuses on jury decision-making and intergroup conflict, and he has recently been conducting, for our benefit, research on public attitudes about drones and unmanned aerial systems. His partner in all this is Dr. Terry, I'm getting his last name wrong, Maybe, close enough. Our government work is a professor of criminal justice and a distinguished Barrick Scholar at UNLV. He received his PhD in sociology from Washington State University. He's the author of 15 books and over 60 articles on violent crime, the comparative and historical study of punishment, and criminological data. So please join me in welcoming Professor Lieberman. Professor Lieberman.
Thank you. I'm Joel Lieberman, and Terry Whitney, my colleague, has been working on a series of studies with me that we're going to talk to you about, examining public attitudes towards UAS activities generally and to activities related to domestic surveillance specifically. We're not alone, though, in our efforts on this. Our gentleman, Trzynski, who's here, selected us, as well as a number of graduate students, Maria and Mari Sakiyama, who worked tirelessly on this project. Having said that, as Congresswoman Titus pointed out, we are poised for tremendous growth in the area of UAS development and integration into the national airspace over the next 5 to 10 years. And up to this point, UAS, aside from military use, when it comes to use within the United States, has largely been in the area of hobbyists, in terms also of video recording, photography, toys certainly. But over the next couple of years, shifting out of that recording direction into more of a direction on protection and inspection, with using UAS for wildlife management, inspection of things like oil rigs, wind farms, cell tower, agricultural work, mining, bridge inspection, and going forward into 2017, 2018, projection that there will be more evaluating and management going on in terms of operations management, asset tracking, employee oversight, moving ultimately to delivery and transportation, with online retail taking advantage of it. I'm sure you've all heard of Amazon's intentions to use UAS to deliver packages. Going beyond that, with local businesses, getting your Chinese food from UAS, delivering it, delivering legal papers, medicine, so a wide range of uses. Along with those expanded uses comes a greater opportunity for surveillance and brings up greater privacy issues. And in terms of a variety of ways that UAS can be used to for surveillance activities, there's certainly implications at the federal level, at the corporate level, and even at the individual level. Just to give you an example of some of these activities. Currently, the U.S. Border Patrol has 9 UAS that are used to monitor borders and also for some other activities that I'll mention in a second. Other governments around the world are using UAS to monitor poachers, Kenya particularly. The FBI has been using UAS for warrantless searches on individuals since 2006, to some degree, but it certainly has gone on since 2006. And the police departments also. Several police departments have purchased UAS. Many of them have grounded their UAS programs, but it doesn't mean that they're not using UAS in terms of surveillance on suspects. And typically what happens is they'll call Border Patrol, and Border Patrol will use their equipment for the same purpose. Internationally, there's quite a bit of police using the technology to monitor crowds, and more recently, crowds and organized protesters using the same technology to monitor police deployment. So going in both directions. I mentioned already the business monitoring, assets, employees, and then breaking it down to an individual level. Private citizens using the technology to monitor things in neighborhood watch programs, and certainly to monitor their neighbors, see what's going on in the neighbor's backyard next door. Even when UASs are not used for privacy surveillance issues specifically, there's still potential for people to perceive their use in that direction. So for example, you can have a real estate agent who's using UAS to fly around a house to get images of photography, for images of the house for real estate purposes, but someone seeing the UAS in the air and thinking, okay, they're keeping an eye on me. So there's the opportunity for misperception along these lines. When UAS or UAVs are in the air, responses can be quite different. And just wanted to take a moment to show you some of the diversity of perspectives. So this is from Burning Man here in Nevada. And watch, there's another UAS that goes by while this one's flying. As you can see, the crowd is relatively calm. People seem to be enjoying themselves. Some are waving. Not really a problem. And you certainly do see this in some festivals. Jimmy Buffett uses UAS at his concerts, flies around, the wave, everything's good. And sometimes you do have those reactions. But at other times, reactions can be quite different. So this is footage from the LA Kings' recent victory at the Stanley Cup and the crowd outside. The drone was then demolished by a skateboard. So if you're wondering how to handle UASs flying around, the answer is a T-shirt. That will take them out. The diversity of opinion you see there certainly is extended into the political arena. And I'll show you one other video. Candidate Matt Rosendale.
I'm Matt Rosendale. This is how I look from a carpeted road. And this is what I think about it. The federal government is too big and too powerful. More taxes and regulations put Montana families out of work. Spying on our citizens, that's just wrong. I'm Matt Rosendale, and I approve this message because I'm ready to stand tall for freedom and get Washington out of our lives.
So, to borrow language from spaghetti westerns, the good, the bad, and the ugly reactions to drones. But where is the truth in all this? Where do public perceptions actually lie? And that's really what we were interested in. We wanted to establish a baseline of public attitudes towards UAS activities, and privacy issues specifically, so that we could look at how those attitudes change as the technology is integrated into the national airspace, and to examine whether or not there are things that can be done to shift those attitudes. So over the last couple of months, we conducted 3 studies to examine this issue. We conducted a study of U.S. residents looking at their attitudes towards UAS activities generally. A second study of U.S. public attitudes towards UAS and domestic surveillance activities specifically. And a third study looking at attitudes in Nevada on UAS and domestic surveillance activities. I don't have a whole lot of time to go into the methodology of these studies, but we do articulate the methodology in a couple of research and brief reports that we've produced with the Center for Crime and Justice Policy. and we have copies of these if you'd like to pick them up during the break. Mari's and Lady have copies of them, so we can distribute them to you. But very quickly, I'll just say that we use a variety of sampling techniques to put together our respondents. Had over 1,000 respondents participate in these surveys, and yeah, let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about what we found. So let me begin by telling you the difference between blue and red on this. It has something to do with blue and red states, anything along those lines. It has to do with either above or below 50%. So any bar that's blue means above 50%. So this first graph is showing U.S. public awareness of UAS activities generally. Certainly couldn't include every single possible UAS activity, but we tried to hit on the main ones. And we asked people whether or not they're familiar with these activities. And what we see is there's quite a bit of variability. The thing people were most familiar with was military operations, not particularly surprising. Delivery services was second, so people are very aware of Amazon's intentions to use the technology in that capacity. And then awareness starts dropping off as you get into search and rescue, climate, geological use, border patrol, and then below 50% for traffic monitoring, crime detection, media coverage, and crowd monitoring. So again, quite a bit of diversity. In addition to measuring people's familiarity with these different uses of the technology, we also wanted to take a look at whether people were supportive of this technology. So in the second slide, you see that people's reactions in terms of whether or not they support the use of this technology varies greatly depending upon the context that you're asking about. So people are highly supportive of the use of UAS for search and rescue. Also very comfortable with climate geological use. We didn't ask about agricultural use specifically, but I would expect all within that category of climate geological use. So pretty supportive of military operations. But then as you get into areas where there's potential for surveillance through traffic monitoring, border patrol, media coverage, crime detection, and into crowd monitoring, you see the support for UAS usage dropping. And interestingly, we found the lowest level of support for delivery services. So Amazon certainly has its work cut out for it in terms of a PR campaign. We also examined how people felt about being monitored with UAS technology in different settings. So we asked whether or not people supported or opposed the use of UAS to monitor private citizens in different locations, at home, at work, in public places. And as you can see up there, there's quite a bit of opposition to people being monitored at home. They want those protections at home. There's never tremendous support for anything, but you do see that opposition dropping down from 93% to 77% when people think about being monitored at work, and dropping down even further to 63% when they're asked about being monitored in public places. We also measured people's reactions to who's doing the monitoring and who's using UAS generally, whether it's private citizens, corporations, mass media, state and local police, and the federal government. And what you see on there is the greatest level of opposition is for private citizens using UAS, and you see the least amount of opposition when it's the state and local police and federal government. These findings in particular I find interesting because with the current restrictions that exist regarding UAS, it's private citizens who have the greatest ability to use UAS. If you're a private citizen, you can generally go out and buy one and fly just about anywhere you want. There's certainly restrictions around airports and a few other places, but generally you can do what you want. The heavy restrictions are on corporate and government use of it. Yet people are least opposed to the corporate and government use compared to private citizens. So an interesting contradiction. We combined those issues and asked about the topic of privacy specifically. So we asked people whether or not they viewed UAS as a violation of personal privacy, whether it was private citizens using it around their home, business use in the workplace, or government use in open public places. You see that same general trend continuing, where the greatest concern about personal privacy is when private citizens do use it around their residential environment, around their home, and the least concern about personal privacy when the government is using it in an open public place. Again, though, the numbers are pretty high there, even when government uses it 70%, so strong concerns. We want to dig in a little bit deeper and see if we can get some profile of who's likely to be most opposed to UAS use and most concerned specifically about UAS use violating personal privacy. And what we found was that whether you're asking about the monitoring people in public places, at the workplace, around the home, the type of individual who's concerned about this is pretty similar in those different contexts. First thing, though, that I'd really like to point out is that we did find one factor, a real key predictor of concern about violations of privacy. And that's really dependent on a person's political philosophy. Do they believe that a government should protect individual rights, or do they think that a government should put an emphasis on public safety? And what we find is that individuals who are concerned about protection of individual rights, responsible libertarians in this slide, they're the ones who are most opposed to, or most concerned about UAS violating personal privacy. You should see the typical person who's concerned about it is that civil libertarian, Democrat, fairly well educated, income levels below 50,000, so individuals below 50,000. And then when we get into age and gender, some mixed responses. So people over 50 more concerned about it in the workplace, around home, than in public places. People below 30 more concerned in public. As I mentioned, we not only looked at U.S. attitudes, we also looked at attitudes within Nevada specifically in our third survey and compared it to the baseline we established at the national level. And what we find across the board is that there is less opposition to the use of UAS in a variety of activities there's less opposition in Nevada than you get in the United States. So regardless of the measure we use, we came to the same finding over and over and over again. So in terms of concern about who's using the drone, US is in red, Nevada is in blue. You can see on all these, whether it's private citizens, businesses, police, federal government, mass media, there's less concern when the respondents came from Nevada. When we asked about the location of use, around home, around the work, in public places, again, Nevadans expressing less opposition to UAS use. And again, the third one, looking at the question about personal privacy specifically, you see the same pattern. Concern drops as you move from home to workplace to public place, and less concern in Nevada than the U.S. So as I said, this finding is very, very consistent. And I should also point out, although we don't have a slide for this today, that we asked about a variety of factors that people might be concerned about with UAS use. Were they concerned because there's opportunity for the equipment to fail and the UAS to crash? Are they concerned about hacking? Are they concerned about data being used? And it was not so much mechanical issues, but as you get into the privacy, get into being monitored, where people became more concerned. We wanted to try and get at why Nevadans' attitudes were more supportive than the nation in general, and simple answer is we don't have a great answer. We thought that there might be some regional differences, so we broke the state down in terms of Clark County, Washoe County, and the other counties. And as you see on this, it's really all over the place. The rural counties are more concerned about UAS use around the home. In Clark County, residents are more concerned about the use of it around work. In terms of public environment, Washoe County residents expressing the greatest concern. So not a clear understanding of the results based on location. One possibility is military background, so we're looking into that. But it may simply be a function of the long history that we have in the state of UAS development and technology, and the fact that we were picked as one of 6 test sites. So residents being aware of that and happy about it and more supportive of the technology as a result. Again, we broke things down in terms of who's more concerned about privacy issues for a state resident, and we see a similar pattern, but we also see more variability in Nevada than we had at the national level. But again, the biggest predictor is that belief in individual rights. The government should protect individual rights as the type of person who's most opposed to U.S. use because of privacy issues. So I'm trying to move quickly to wrap this up and allow Dean Hamilton some time to have you all talk about these issues. But let me take a couple of minutes and just summarize what we have and talk about a couple of policy implications that I think come from these results and certainly come from the topic that we're discussing today generally. As I mentioned, there's considerable variability in terms of awareness and support for UAS activities, depending upon the context that you're asking about. The greatest opposition is for applications that involve monitoring of individuals and for the delivery services. Individuals appear to be more supportive of government and business use of UAS than private citizens. UAS opposition is greatest among those who believe the government should emphasize and protect individual rights over public safety, and Nevadans are more supportive of UAS use than our national sample. I talked a little bit about why we conducted this research and the importance of establishing a baseline to look at how attitudes change over time. But a secondary concern that we have is providing evidence that can be informative for developing public policy. And when developing public policy, it's important to take into account human attitudes and behaviors. Failure to do so often creates public policy that's not particularly effective. And I think a classic example of this would be prohibition. However, with prohibition, if a person felt that it was a policy or law that they didn't want to abide by, they could go to a speakeasy, have a drink, toss it back, and go on their way. But with UAS technology, if a person feels that their rights are being infringed on, their right to privacy, and they want to reassert that right, instead of simply tossing back the drink and very little harm coming from it, there's potential for them to respond in ways that, although were done for somewhat humorous purposes or attention-grabbing purposes, by the blip lab that I showed you a few minutes ago, have been done for real purposes. There was an incident a couple weeks ago where someone in New Jersey shot down a UAS that was over his house. And when individuals try and reassert their freedom and protections against invasion of privacy, at least in their mind, you have drones coming down and potential for quite a bit of public safety concerns that are going to result from that. So very, very different. So hopefully policy can take into account human attitudes and behavior. Certainly shouldn't be dictated by it, but you don't want to ignore it. In terms of some of the policy issues that emerge out of this, given the tremendous utility that UAS technology represents in such a wide range of contexts, it's technology that's certainly coming in a large way, but the key question, of course, is how do you effectively integrate that in the national airspace while still managing privacy concerns? And the secondary question that emerges are whether or not new regulations are actually needed. There's certainly lots of rules in terms of surveillance, restrictions on what law enforcement can do, and other types of surveillance. Do we need additional regulations to address privacy concerns, or are existing regulations sufficient? If legislation is developed, where should that legislation focus? Should it focus on geographic use? You can't use them in this area, but you can over here. Is vantage point something that should be focused on? It's okay at this altitude, but not at this altitude. It's okay to fly generally over someone's house, but it's not okay to stay at a level that's at the same as the window. And another possibility is, should it focus on technological capabilities? UASs can be equipped with a huge range of sensors and video equipment, very high power cameras. Should there be any limits on the technology that can be attached to things that are flying in the air? It's worth pointing out that at least 42 states have introduced UAS privacy bills. In 2013, there were 33 states that very year that introduced it, so it's certainly becoming very, very common in the United States. I want to wrap up today just by mentioning a little bit of what's going on at the university, and to say that in a very quick way, there's a whole lot going on at the university. Certainly there's a tremendous amount of work going on in the engineering college, but also in the law school, the criminal justice department, in the journalism and media studies department. There's work that's relevant to environmental studies, public policy. So you have all these different areas. And today, a lot of this work is happening in silos. But we're working to integrate that to be able to provide a more complete basis for policy recommendations. So we're working to develop a center on law, technology, and policy for unmanned aerial systems at UNLV. And if you're interested in following the development of that center and following more specifically some of the activities that are going on at UNLV, we recently launched a website, recently as of yesterday, but we did launch it, and it's www.unlv.edu/UAS. So I encourage you to go on there and follow what's going on, and turn it back to you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Joel. Thank you, Terry. It's so crucial to have actual data, and we are producing it here at the university. And I should say, again, we're producing it in partnership with DRI and GoEd and UNR. So, in thinking about having some sort of town meeting or open discussion, Rama said to me it should not just be talking heads. So we actually do want to hear from what people are thinking about these crucial issues. I will give you exactly 1 minute or 2 minutes by way of background, and we'll throw open what I hope is a robust discussion. So drone technology, as Joel says, is changing law enforcement and other areas of government surveillance, and will have a dramatic impact not only on the interaction of citizens with the state and federal government, but also the interaction of citizens with private companies and citizens with one another. And as John White and others have said, the technology is getting out ahead of the law and ahead of policy. And the goal of today overall and going forward is to get these into line, is to get these into communication at this event and at others like it. It's a conversation we need to have, and it's a necessary conversation because, as Joel pointed out, it is coming and it is here. By 2020, it is estimated that 30,000 drones will occupy national airspace. Police departments in Miami and Houston and Seattle and Mesa, Colorado have purchased drones with the hope of incorporating them into their fleet. And as Joel said, there's been numerous other uses contemplated. Right now, it is, of course, going to have a powerful economic impact. The current state of affairs, which is much more complicated than I can relate, which people know better than I, is any entity interested in operating a drone in public airspace must obtain a certificate of authorization, or a COA, from the FAA. So these have been given to many public entities, but none, as of now, maybe it's changed recently, but none have been issued for commercial purposes. That will change. This is the author of the piece that I'm quoting from, Hillary Faber, the Syracuse Law Review, estimates that by 2018, the FAA estimates there will be 7,500 commercial drones in use. This will have a powerful economic impact on our state and other states. In 2012, nearly 50 companies developed 150 different UAV systems, resulting in an expenditure of $6 billion a year, and is predicted by 2020, $11.4 billion will be spent on UAS sales. This is an area where the court's guidance is slim. We'll see. I'm interested in what Dean Chemerinsky thinks. It'll be interesting to think about when the courts will intervene in a serious way. It's also to think about is, should the courts intervene in a serious way? A question we all face is, who will regulate drones? Who will regulate UAS? Will it be the courts? Will it be the state or the federal courts? Will it be the federal government? Will it be the state government? The states, as Joel pointed out, are already getting this into a serious way. We have a legislative session coming up in Nevada. We're very curious. We're all curious to see what the legislature might do in response to this issue. When the regulation comes, what should they regulate? And what should they regulate first? Should they regulate the governmental actors first, more traditional areas of surveillance? Should they regulate private actors first? Because, of course, private actors are more and more involved in different kinds of what we could call surveillance. So these are crucial, interesting issues. We do very much want to hear from you. We're very fortunate to have state legislators in the room today. So I would like to hear from them perhaps first, and open it up. So I'll just stay here and I'll call people and ask them to rise from their chairs. But first, I wonder if we can hear from Senator Hutchison, who I know is involved in this area. So, Senator.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here with everybody. I think this is a very, very exciting time to do that. Let me just kind of give my thoughts on this. It's fascinating. I would love to follow Dr. Lear, but I wonder if it makes a difference how you characterize these aircrafts. You know, you characterize them as military versus hobby, right? And many people have a different view in terms of these military grades versus these little things going on. So there's all these questions, but overall, just from the legislative standpoint, I hope we just really adopt what we saw with the last successes in Tesla. Right? We got all this national press, we got this great industry. Steve Hill's with us, legislators are with us, many people are here. But one of the things that Elon Musk said was the reason he came to Nevada wasn't necessarily to get the richest incentive package, because we were a get it done state. We were a can-do, get it done state. And so I hope that we will have that same approach here. It's a new emerging industry. The legislature invested money in making sure that we could be a front runner with getting this testing site here in Nevada. We're the only testing site that is a state, right, in my understanding. And so I hope that we then say, listen, we want to get it done. We want to have it so that the industry comes here. The governor said he wants to make Nevada the Silicon Valley, right, of UAV systems. And so as we form policy, and we can talk about these things, let's let all the other states think of ways why that should be here and all these concerns. There's ways to solve all these issues. But from, I think, a legislative standpoint, what we'd like to see, I would like to see, are look at here's how we can get this done. Here are the privacy issues. And if we address these privacy issues, people are going to come just flooding in here with the tens of thousands of good-paying jobs that provide opportunities for that. I think that's what Nevada wants to see. They want to see this new industry. We keep talking about diversifying the right economy. This is the way to do it. So I would hope, and I would encourage all of us really to say, how are we going to get it done so people come to Nevada, want to be here, have friendly laws and friendly regulations for this industry. I would love to see that sort of be an overall approach from not only an academic standpoint, but then translating that into a legislative act through this legislative session.
Thank you, sir. Equal time to other legislators who might. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Dean Hamilton. I'll be quick because I get to talk enough and I want to hear from everyone here. I agree with Senator Hutchison. I want us to be the get it done state so we can bring in jobs, and I also want to be the get it right state on privacy. So our constituents support this technology. They're not concerned about this technology because I think Judge Learnedham should have been Justice, said it the best, that liberty lies in the hearts of men everywhere. If it dies there, no court, no law, and no constitution can save it. And I think we should all keep that in mind as we welcome UAS to our state, and we must be getting it right for jobs, the sake of jobs, and for the sake of privacy. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Representative Bustamante Adams here. Did she? So, am I missing out on your member of the legislature? So, that said, we just want to hear from you. What's on your mind, please?
Excuse me, Sam King. I'm very concerned with the issue of privacy, and do we go from the top down or the top up? That's my concern. I mean, I believe in the can-do state. I also believe in a lot of freedoms and libertarianism. But even the federal government has not gotten the issue. No offense, I'm not a lawyer, just pretend to be one. That's John Ralston line. I just wonder if, you know, the federal government has to take more concerns on the issue of legislation and rules and regulations about privacy. So I want Nevada to be first. How do we marry that with the federal government and with the state of Nevada? We can't be doing the lone cowboy kind of thing. Please, somebody address that.
So, Terry, please.
I think the primary issue to address, though, is the domain of interest. So there is the consumer use of drones, and so I'm thinking what they do in Australia. Australia has a very clear set of guidelines about how to use UAVs in a private setting. And if you develop policies and practices, best practices within each of the three areas, both hobby use, for lack of a better word, commercial use and federal use of the policy, and realize, I think, there is some overlap in terms of privacy issues there across all three of those domains. There's also qualitative differences within each of those. And I think you can borrow from what other states and what other governments have done in terms of Canadians and Australians in terms of policy concerning private use of UAVs and drone technology, and start taking it one step at a time by looking at those and doing that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have law students, we have law professors, we have lawyers. Sir.
I'm not a lawyer, but who is policing the radio frequencies right now? Is FCC going to still be in charge of monitoring pirating radio frequencies? Because you can go to like a Radio Shack and buy some components that can greatly affect some of the components you buy that are using for security right now. Who's going to be policing that? Who is now?
So, I don't know who is now. Maybe Tom knows.
Yes, I'll handle that one. So Tom Hozek, Governor's Office, Economic Development.
And Tom, where did you go to law school?
I went to this amazing law school. Charter class, as a matter of fact. So, in answer to your question about the FCC, right now, the space in terms of those are commercial frequencies, and you're absolutely right. Those frequencies are basically managed through the FCC. The ability to modify those frequencies, I think, is a construct that the FCC has not even, the FCC nor the FAA has not even addressed in terms of that particular issue. There's even an issue in terms of the FAA, whom I deal with on almost a weekly basis, that the issue of privacy does not even really fall within their realm. That they are just interested in regulation of national airspace, and that the ability to transmit communication, imagery, data, which doesn't really even fall in the lane, that goes to the FCC. Now, in response, the FCC kind of looks at that and says, we don't know what we're going to do with the question. So, yeah, it's a very good question. It just has not been addressed in the federal.
Okay.
So would the legislation have to be in place before something can go wrong?
You're talking about state or congressional legislation?
State.
I think that's an excellent question as well, and that's one I think we ought to look at taking up. In terms of frequency, understanding though that it's a primacy with the FCC. So we have to look at that, and if we look at communications, we look at transmissivity, we have to look at those areas that would not fall within the realm of the federal government and say this is an area we could potentially legislate. And if we do, how? Very good question.
Thank you, Tom. Welcome. Sir, from the ACLU, hot story.
Top story. Quick question on the research that Dr. Lieberman presented. You portrayed it as an either or mutually exclusive, where they say there's libertarian concerns, privacy versus public safety concerns. Can you elaborate a little more on that? I don't think they're mutually exclusive in both those perspectives.
Yeah, on that one, it was a fixed choice going on the question. Yeah. So as to which they emphasize more, individual rights or public safety.
Sir.
I've been looking at this from the perspective of the technology development aspect of it for quite a while now, about 3 years. And so I see that the technology is going to take off and go, and we're kind of all agreed that that's going to happen anyway. This is kind of a question to the lawyer guys. There's already a lot of laws with privacy already. There's already laws of surveillance ability and capability that this is going to be surveillance. We can surveil all the people who want to out in those right now. So when you take that into context, isn't there enough law right now that we can use so we can develop technology and see what happens? And the corollary to that is, isn't there some kind of work that has to happen before that actually happens? You have to use this surveillance for some kind of damage to somebody before that really I don't know.
I always shudder at answering legal questions. It's been a theme for a while rather than actually being a lawyer. But part of the difficulty, we'll hear more about this when we talk specifically about privacy, is that the technology structures the court jurisprudence on privacy, particularly engagement on the public law side. The private law side is a little bit worse, right? So you're suggesting it needs to be damage. Well, damage could be invading privacy. And what we've done over time is adjust to the technology. So the old Roman view of property is that your property goes into infinity out into space. Nobody embraces that anymore. Satellites invading your property every day. And so as a consequence, we've adjusted it to suggest that somebody could invade your property if they land in a helicopter or you got really, really close to the ground. But how many helicopters are floating around your property, particularly in a suburban setting? Here, though, a hummingbird-sized UAV can come in your backyard just like hummingbirds do here all the time. And that's an open question. For me, the kind of interesting tort question is nuisance, the area that sort of bridges property and tort, and which we've underdeveloped in large part because modern society rendered ancient notions of nuisance sort of unuseful. You couldn't build a factory and then everybody says, oh, it smells. And so you see that with the Sriracha case in California. But it clearly is an area of ambiguity that we've not really structured. Well, suddenly now the level of intent is very clear, and like a factory that has sort of fluid coming out of it. Somebody's flying a thing into your space and it's hovering in space. And you're right, the damage has always been a trigger, but that just raises the question of whether privacy is the kind of damage that triggers these kinds of suits. And certainly from a nuisance perspective, nuisance was always about allowing you to enjoy your property while other people did what they did with theirs. Since we're not really talking about competing land uses anymore, we're talking about a land use versus somebody's exercise. I think it's a different kind of question, but I've not followed this closely enough recently to know if anybody's taken it up. But clearly, in general, sort of tort terms, the area is very underdeveloped, and I think there's a lot to be said as we adjust to this new technology.
Okay, maybe one more, and then we'll keep this conversation going. But yes, Professor Barber.
I'm Ian Barton from Boyd. I was struck by your the hostility, if you noted, with regards to private drone use as opposed to, say, federal or government drone use, and sort of irony you drew out of that. Actually, government drone use is more regulated than private. I guess I don't see it as ironic. I think that's probably why there's more hostility, is the fear of the lack of regulation at the private level. And that's, in thinking about that, it strikes me that that's a reason why we want to get this thing right up front before we go into this. Is that one of the ways to reduce hostility, to make people more comfortable with this, is to be clear about what we're doing up front to make sure that these concerns are addressed, if that makes sense. So I think that points out a policy-making opportunity there, that we should make people aware of the steps we're taking up front to make this a more comfortable transition.
Yeah, just to respond to that really quickly, we certainly don't have any kind of answers, but one possibility might be that an average person thinks, okay, I'm not doing anything wrong, so I'm not really concerned about the federal government watching me. They've got a big story on them. I'm worried that I'm a law-abiding citizen. I go to work and do my job, and I'm not concerned, or I work in context where I wouldn't be monitored. But when it comes to that home use and home use by private citizens, well, anyone can be checking me out, and for whatever reason. So that may be really what's triggering and strong opposition.
Terrific. So I know we have more questions, but my main task is to stay on schedule. So I'd like to welcome Steve Sebelius here from the Review Journal. Steve is going to moderate this exceptional panel we've got coming up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And if our panelists will come on up and take their seats over here. Okay, I thought I'd first of all, I want to thank everybody to do this. Is this thing on? It's activated. This is the problem. See, they don't work. I'm going to give you the con side of the whole UAS thing, of course, here, because I can think it can only end in one of two ways: either Skynet or the Cylons. Either way, it's not too good for people. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that with the panel here. I think we can we'll do that. We do have a very distinguished panel, though. These guys are at the top of the game here on that. You've already just heard from John Mallory White, Executive Vice President Provost of UNLV, also former Dean here at Boyd Law School. We also have Paul Lowe, who is the Lindsay Professor of Unmanned Aerial Systems at the UNLV Howard Hughes College of Engineering. And that's a really long business card title there. But this is going to be very interesting because I think he will be able to tell us a little bit more about what happens when the machines become self-aware. That's my question. Yeah. Richard Josephs, Director of Fenimore Craig Jones Morris, our sponsor for the day, and that firm, of course, has a practice area in unmanned aerial systems. So we'll find out more about that. Dr. Lynn Fenstermaker from the Desert Research Institute. They're very secretive, so we'll find out more about this whole DRI thing, what they're doing there, I think. And of course, Tom Wilczek, who is the Aerospace and Defense Industry Specialist for the Governor's Office of Economic Development. So I think what we'll do is just start this end and just kind of go down a table and have each person kind of discuss a little bit about their role, their approach to this particular issue, and kind of what they see as the state of the industry now. And then I've got some follow-up questions, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience, and hopefully we will keep it on schedule. So, Tom, why don't you go ahead and start?
I just want to make sure. Can y'all hear me okay? Awesome, great. Well, again, Tom Wilczek, Governor's Office of Economic Development, and it's my role and the role within GOED that basically took the task on from the Governor 2.5, almost 3 years ago to identify and grow this industry and statewide. And that eventually fell to me, and I will tell you, it's been an absolute pleasure because I look around the room and I see many faces here, people who I've worked with over the past 3 years, who, in my opinion, who are truly industry experts. And one of the things that I'd like you all to realize that we had to develop a narrative. We had to develop a narrative in state, and we also had to develop a narrative that would resonate with the FAA, who was the authority that basically worked to give us the FAA test site designation. And in that regard, the narrative was about what makes Nevada special, what makes us unique. And I will tell you without a doubt, number one, it is our intellectual assets. The individuals here who are involved and have been involved over the 30-year growth of the industry, albeit from the military side. Extremely smart and capable engineers, scientists, and policymakers. And that job ended up being, frankly, pretty easy to me because the narrative, I say basically in the back, we have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to the growth of this industry. The key is to, as has been expressed in this room, when we talk about privacy rights, how does Nevada fit in? How do we lead the way? We lead the way in so many ways in this industry, in the growth of the industry. Things like what Joel and Terry did, in terms of that report. I took that and forwarded it to AUBSI. I forwarded it to the Congressional Delegation. I forwarded it to my colleagues at the other sites across the United States and said, we're not just really smart on the technical and the science side. We're really leading the way when it comes to policy in terms of what the research is. A colleague of mine, basically a GOED, Bob Haas, is putting together the economic modeling and how to define the industry. When you get into this industry, what you find out is it's made up of a lot of different components. The flying machines that you see are what I call the sexy parts, right? That's what gets me, that's what people look at. But there's so much backstory to it in terms of software, in terms of data collection, in terms of training, in terms of all these different elements. And frankly, we lead the way in all that too, but we got to be able to define it. We got to be able to understand what this whole industry is all about. He's leading the way there. So we're doing that in very many ways, and I'm always continually evangelizing this industry. I think we can do an excellent job as we approach this issue of privacy rights. And what I tell the FAA, when I tell folks all across the country, is that Nevada stands ready to also basically tackle this issue, address this issue, to ensure that we can grow this industry and do it in a mindful way that's respectful of individuals' privacy rights. And this is just one step in that process, and I'm really happy to see it happen. And we're going to continue to work with the stakeholders, we're going to work with the community, and we're going to work so that we can put this together, and that'll be just another reason why I can be able to sell this industry and continue to grow it as a leader. And the fact that we also take a very thoughtful and careful approach to privacy rights.
So as mentioned earlier, I'm provost here at UNLV. If you go back to Joe Brown's opening comments, you'll note some important steps here in the state. In essence, a group of interested citizens came together around trying to attract this industry here and build an infrastructure there. This got the attention of the legislature and the governor in the last legislative session. I think this was also mentioned in the earlier session. The legislature allocated money to help try to get the FAA designation, and also note we're the only entity that is designated as a statewide program. But that created some issues, and Steve Hill, who's in the back, came to me innocently and said, "John, we'd like your help." So that's my introduction to this process. What we were attempting to do is to try and keep that energy going, this sort of from the ground up energy, in a little bit of a tricky process where many of the experts in the field want to continue to be working in the field, and yet there was coordination that needed to be done between GoEd and the state. Somebody needed to do some of the work on and be responsible for the work on getting the designation, and then once the designation was in place, we are in the process now of doing quite a lot of work to try and do the testing, albeit held back a little bit by the slow pace of the FAA and giving approvals. The entity that was conceived to do that was called something else, is NIAS, the Nevada Institute on Autonomous Systems, and I'm here because I'm the president, I think is my actual title of that organization. Nonetheless, we have a subcontractor that runs the program management office and has been doing quite a lot of work to try and get us set up in order to be able to fulfill the designation and provide for the FAA what they need and want. And in rough outline, that is testing of the platforms to see that they work and are not a danger to the public, ensuring that there's security around the communications, right? We're talking about flying objects that have no people in them, and as a consequence, we need to be sure that they can't be hacked and turned into little missiles or otherwise just lost and falling on people's houses or heads. But the third piece of great significance, and this is probably why Steve approached me in the first place, is the privacy issues that we're here to talk about today. So I won't go on and on about that, but I think the key question that the FAA has is two kinds of privacy questions. First, there'll be a tremendous amount of data collection by these systems and platforms when they're out in the world. And so we need conventions for restricting the context for collecting that data and dissemination of it. If we think about the web today, the business model that's emerged is one that is all about collecting your information and selling it. And that's probably not an effective business model in this area. It's not a necessary one in this area. But we also need to have some understanding about how these platforms will utilize the information they have. And because it's primarily about transmitting data over through the air, again, this sort of question of security about the data that's being collected is really quite important. We also have a little bit of a unique thing. I mean, jets fly over us every day, but for the most part, they're not actually recording what's below them. The very purpose of many of these platforms would be to collect data about what's below them, and you need to have some conventions about how they'll store that data or what they'll do with it, and that sort of issue. This is sort of a third stage of what the testing protocol is supposed to be about, and having an independent entity, which NIAS is, to help coordinate that, I think is a crucial component of what we're trying to do, and necessary to fulfilling the obligations designation. After that, we also expect that people will want to test their platforms here because we're a unique state. It's not yet been mentioned, but maybe Lynn will talk about the tremendous amount of airspace that's available for testing. And so we're really trying to do two things: do what the FAA designation requires of us in a short period of time, but also create the basis for an industry, not just around the manufacture and design of these things, but also the testing of these platforms. So,
thank you. I'm Lynn Fenstemaker from DRI, and no secrecy, it's just that I have many hats that I wear. So I'm an associate research professor, and I'm director of a number of the climate change research facilities across the state, collaborative facilities amongst UNLV, UNR, and DRI. We work quite well together. And in this whole UAS effort, and I'm kind of wearing the hat as DRI's UAS liaison, but also representing the UAS user community for environmental applications. And I've been flying a UAS since 2005, back in the day, and we called it RC, radio control, and we operated under the guidelines for hobbyists, under below 400 feet above ground level. We were just collecting multispectral images to see what's happening at our research pods. But it's been very exciting to see this whole UAS effort take off with Joe Brown's leadership and bringing people together. And I've had an amazing opportunity to network with people I never would have networked with before. Colleagues at UNR, UNLV in the engineering departments, now the law school, working with Creech Air Force Base. I see we have Lieutenant Colonel Wald Race with us, and businesses across the state. This has been an amazing effort, pulling all of us together to help spur education and economic growth on UAS. We've been partnering with a lot of industries here, and I'm certain we'll touch on it later. For the most part, I've never, as a user, had to deal with a privacy issue because I'm out in Timbuktu flying over desert looking at plants and not going that high. And I think for the audience's purposes, we need to focus on that fact that there is a difference between the small UAS, which I think most people feel has the highest potential for privacy invasion, because your neighbor can buy one through Amazon, for $200 to $400 and take pictures, versus what we're doing in the research environment with unique sensors. DRI's been flying over the Maldives Islands collecting information on the impact of black sooty carbon coming from India and how that's affecting cloud formation over the Maldives Islands, which happens to be the lowest nation on Earth. And so there's that dichotomy, and then there's what I call the big boys that we all hear about, but they're flying at Creech, and that's something that's kind of a different ballgame that requires more safety regs and it needs to be in line with the manned aircraft systems. But I think for an introduction, I've hit the key topics I wanted to hit. It's an exciting time, and it's really been a growth of collaboration and networking across many sectors within the state.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Jost. I'm a partner with the law firm Benmore Craig Jones Vargas. And how we became involved in this effort when the state of Nevada decided they didn't want to respond to the FAA. We, the state of Nevada, like every other state, had an opportunity to apply. 49 other states, as you've heard, decided to take a pass on that and said, no, we're not going to apply. There's too many questions, there's too many difficulties, and we don't want the governor getting called in the middle of the night and somebody complains because a UAV flew through the backyard of the governor's man, or backyard of their house, and they're mad at the governor. So the other 49 states pushed it off to a particular research institution or a particular state entity to make a limited application. And because in Nevada we don't understand that things can't be done, we only understand there are problems and there's probably a solution for every problem, we formed a nonprofit corporation that John is now the president of and chairman of the board of, and applied to the federal government on a statewide basis so that all of the research institutions in Nevada could participate equally, and the governor wouldn't get those calls in the middle of the night. John does. My background and experience is primarily in regulatory and administrative law, and I am, along with the other board members of NIAS, rapidly gaining an education in all of this. But I am primarily anxious to be here today and hear what everyone has to say, because I've heard a number of people talk about the right of privacy, or personal privacy, or invasions of their privacy, and I'm thrilled to be in a room with so many people who know what that means, because I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, both on the operational level for the Nevada Institute for Autonomous Systems, as well as for the Nevada legislature and for the Nevada courts and the federal courts in Nevada, to try to deal with what exactly does that mean? What is the right of privacy? What does a person have a right to expect? What's reasonable, what's not reasonable? And how do we educate people that every evolving technology has an impact on people's concepts, whatever their concept of their right to privacy may be, and we're just going to have to accept the fact that we need to weigh that in the balance. I mean, by a show of hands, how many people have ever shopped at Home Depot? And those of you who put your hand up, how many of you have a new credit card from your bank because they were hacked? By a show of hands again, how many of you are carrying around in your pocket or purse a surveillance device that allows you to be tracked 24 hours a day? It also makes telephone calls and contains your entire family photo album and accesses your computer's database. Well, you know, we've all accepted the fact that we're going to lose quite a bit of our privacy by those conveniences, but that doesn't stop us from shopping with a credit card, and it doesn't stop us from carrying a smartphone in our pocket. And that's, I think, the challenge of symposiums like this and discussions like this, is to figure out where is that balance. And I'm excited to be part of that.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Lowe, and I'm a professor in the engineering department. I've been here about 8 weeks, and I'm very humbled and grateful to be part of this distinguished panel. But first and foremost, I think I have a lot of thanks to people in this room who are able to have me uproot my life back in the Northeast and to come out here. I've been a roboticist for maybe about 25 years, and I've been working in unmanned air vehicles for more than 10. I still call them UAVs, just out of habit. This started shortly after 9/11, where I lived in New York for a while, and I was up in Philadelphia when I heard the news. And when we were talking to first responders, the idea of having some sort of robot for situational awareness was very important. So the idea of robots that could fly in and around buildings or down caves and tunnels or through forests was something that you know, they would like to see, and it was considered somewhat science fiction at the time. But clearly now we definitely have that type of technology. And, you know, that's been kind of my reason for being. It's been my why. It's been the disaster response. A lot of those technologies we used also Hurricane Katrina for a lot of the post-damage assessment. And so, you know, coming here, a lot of people ask me, why am I going to Nevada? You know, I said it's kind of like, I remember when I was about 3 years old and I saw Neil Armstrong. I still remember that as a child. And the whole idea of going to the moon, the Apollo program, that was something that was really instilled in my generation, my parents' generation. And so here we stand on the precipice of something really exciting that will have, I think, global impact. And to hear that Nevada, as a can-do state, is willing to really put it all into to make this happen, I could not miss that opportunity. And that's why I'm here. I hope I can answer any questions. Yes. Thank you. There we go. Thank you all. Very appreciate the introductory statements. You know, I thought for a second, wow, Nevada's the only state that's a statewide designation. That's awesome for us. And now I find out it's because we're the only one who applied by default. Every time I think we've got it. Anyway, one of the things I thought was interesting was this survey about public attitudes toward UAS or UAV systems, and what people think they ought to be used for, what they're comfortable with them being used for, and what they're a little less comfortable for them being used for. For example, according to this survey, people are comfortable with UAS in search and rescue operations, finding people who are lost on mountains, probably accessing areas that are difficult for people to get to, and we know we had that tragic incident in which we lost a Metro police officer during a rescue. Helicopters have clipped the walls of cliffs as they've been trying to maneuver to rescue people. So certainly using drones or UAS to do that, that's something that people would be supportive of. Climate and geological mapping. So I was interested to see that there was a fall off in terms of politics for that. That Democrats were in favor of that more so than Republicans. I can't think of any reason why that would be. Military operations, 73% of people are totally comfortable with that, no problem at all. Same reason, you know, put soldiers in harm's way. But then let's go to the bottom of those things that people don't want these things used for. For example, detecting criminal activities in open public places, like street-level drug dealing. Only 48% of people support the use of drones for that purpose. I would think, I didn't know that the street-level drug dealing community was that large, but apparently so. But even worse, crowd monitoring at large public events, like Burning Man, I guess. You have that, or sporting events, concerts. People don't want to be monitored by UAS systems at those large public events. And finally, delivery services for small items like mail or books to private residences. Just 42%. That's the lowest one. 42% of people think it's appropriate for that. You could actually, if I'm not mistaken, you could actually order a drone from Amazon that's then delivered by a drone. That's amazing. Anyway, these results. Let's talk about these results. Did they surprise anybody? Anybody on the panel surprised by these things or not?
Certainly didn't surprise me, Steve, because one of your competitors on a different station, interviewing Joe and Steve Hill, started talking about the fact that I don't want Amazon delivering in my backyard and taking a picture to guide himself in to deliver the package and then sending me a notice in the mail or sending me a notice by email that my patio furniture needs to be replaced. And so at least for some of your competitors, they thought this through and they're very concerned about it.
I would not have thought of that, but I think that's probably a legitimate concern. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, if I would have responded to that survey, my concern would have been that my neighbor would have been out with a big net catching that drone and getting the item I purchased.
So I think there's we probably don't say enough, in part because we maybe haven't thought of it this way. The technological changes that have overtaken this industry are uniquely intrusive. Right? So if we had the hovercraft was the sort of thing of the 60s and 70s, that people would have jetpacks and be able to cruise around. Well, if somebody took a jetpack in your backyard and hovered a few inches off the ground, I don't think we would have made a distinction that they hadn't quite touched the ground before saying that they had trespassed or had otherwise invaded our expectation of privacy, on and so forth. And when these were, pretty big, or when they were really small, but they were so loud that nobody would allow them to come by without shooting at them, or even when their range was so short that you could only move if you could see them, or even for that matter, the cameras on them weren't really that good. I mean, all these things have been improved to a tremendous degree now. There is a contradiction that I think struck me in Joe's results, and probably struck folks here, is this greater comfort with the government rather than with individuals. But I think Joe's answer to one of the questions was along this line. There's a little bit of a creep factor here, right? And there's a very disturbing thing on the strip when you cruise around, which is you see people with their phone on the end of a pole, and you wonder, what the heck is that for? And there's nothing good they can be doing with their phone. That's the best way to put it. And I think that to some extent, private use of UAVs invokes the creep factor, right? That there is something unseemly that the neighbor that you know will be doing, and at least government is something that's subject to some sort of engagement. I think the other thing that's about this is really kind of a broad perspective, the tension between great utility and the risk of misuse. And there's lots of different ways to think about this, but if we think about drones or UAVs in the same way we thought about how trains hit the legal market, right? I mean, there's a million cases in case books in every field about trains. They just go on and on and on, and there's a lawsuit that you're like, what the heck is all these trains? This is the same thing in some respects, except that we're not limited to tracks. We're not sort of subject to the equivalent today of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars of investment. And so I think the freedom of individuals to interfere with your expectations of privacy is really quite a substantial one. And while I think comparatively there's less worry about government, because I think people to some extent in this place believe that there's more regulatory protection from government, I wouldn't suggest that that also means that people are very comfortable with government usages. And so I think in this context, the tension we're seeing in this data and in others, and even just anecdotal stories, really has to do with this tension between the great utility and the risk of misuse, which I think is really at the core of our discussions about UAVs.
Yeah, and for those who didn't hear it, the research that Provost White was referring to, the level of opposition for drone surveillance highest when it involves the use by private citizens. 81% of the people think that's not good. Followed closely by corporate or business users, 79%, and the mass media, 75%. But the greatest support for using drone technology for domestic surveillance activities is found when the user is the federal government, 33% support that, or state or local law enforcement agencies, 28%. Although I imagine that has something to do with whether or not these are armed or unarmed. I saw there's an article the other day, I forget on which website it was, but there were talk of sheriff's departments getting UAVs, UASs that actually had some type of weapons on them, when the less lethal beanbag round kind of things. Yeah, for situations where you wouldn't want to put a human officer. This, by the way, all this putting technology in the place of human beings is why when they become self-aware, they're going to be so pissed at us. We've done that. It's like, anyway. Let's talk about the technology itself. It was mentioned earlier, small hummingbird-sized drones. I imagine these are I don't know if the technology's progressed to the point where they're very quiet. Would you be able to hear these kind of things? Because I know my wife, one of her biggest complaints is airplanes that fly over our house. Now, we knew there was an airport there when we moved in, and I keep trying to tell it, this is not settle the argument in any way, shape, or form. But these drones are much quieter, aren't they? It's not like you'd be able to detect them unless you actually look out your window and they're
My drone, you'll hear it coming, and it's a helicopter, and it's gas powered. And even the smaller electric ones, you can definitely hear them. I think the thing we need to think about is how many people here have ever experienced a day in Nevada or anywhere where you never have a breath of wind? Okay. There might be some calm days, but there's typically in Nevada about 11:30 it starts getting windy. And our helicopter has a lot of horsepower, and we have to be very careful. I've seen clips of the little black Hornet that the British military uses, and they really can only use it. It's about 3 inches long inside buildings. A little bit of wind, and that thing's just gone. It's gone. And so, quite frankly, the nanos, the very small UAS, are not practical in an outdoor environment. So I don't see as much of a concern there. I would be more concerned about my neighbor's cell phone as far as that goes for privacy and surveillance.
And another thing, Tom, I think you mentioned this, that I was surprised when I started doing research for this panel, is how the length of time that UASs have been underdeveloped, primarily military applications, but I had no idea it went back 30 years. And we all know modern airplanes, and as you say, RC devices and all that, but I had no idea it went back that far.
Sure, it goes back, Nevada's pedigree goes back at least 30 years, if not longer. Again, and that's for military applications and things that go on, again, northwest. But that being said, what's interesting is my background, my bachelor's is in remote sensing, and remote sensing, has a history of over 100 years, which is, how do you gather data remotely? And you can go back to the days of basically a balloon, right? And you tether, back 100 years ago, they tethered a camera, they put a balloon up and looked around it and gave you what now we call it situational awareness. So the idea of remotely collecting data, whether for military or strategic or for situational awareness purposes, isn't new. It's old. It's an old construct that's been around for over 100 years. And then we transitioned to manned vehicles. Okay. Again, helicopters or planes flying around have a pilot, a camera. So now all of a sudden we transition to an unmanned vehicle or an unmanned system. Which again, now the only difference is you're still going out and collecting data. Your pilot, if you will, just doesn't have to be sitting in the cockpit. Your pilot is sitting remotely somewhere, still controlling it. So in terms of the value in it, even on a military or even on a commercial basis, the end result is the end result is still the same, which is a collection of data. The methodology in which we go about it has changed, and it's made it a much better value add because now you don't have to pay for pilot. That's your pilot can sit there and remote.
That's interesting. I'm going to come back to that in just one second, but Professor Roll, I want to let you get in on the length of time that these things have been under development and kind of the evolution of UASs. How long is that? Has it been going on 30 years, more than 30 years?
I guess it depends on how you actually define what is an unmanned air vehicle. I think, as Tom mentioned, they used to call remote piloted vehicles, and that's where the term drones come from. So you could date it back probably as far as World War II era. So the type of technology of piloting those vehicles, remote-driven vehicles, has a very long history.
Interesting. The example you used, Tom, just now, and I know that people don't like the news media using these things, but let's just take the news media for example. The station I work for, part-time Channel 8, has a helicopter. They spend a lot of money on fuel. They've got a pilot. They've got a reporter up there. monitoring traffic in the morning and in the evening. Traffic reports every 45 seconds, so you know what freeway does not work that particular day. But there's no, other than the cost to the news media entity, there's no real difference, is there, whether or not it's helicopter Ken up there with the camera looking down, as opposed to a UAS up there with his camera looking down and somebody patrolling and looking down.
Yeah, and essentially that's true. It's entirely true. And as this discussion has matured here today, one of the items we talked about that I wanted to bring up, and I'm glad you brought that up, especially about the use in your industry, is that there are universities across the nation that University of Missouri is one, University of Nebraska is another, and they have very robust journalism schools. They actually have drone journalism programs. So they are teaching their journalists in their particular college or school how to use this technology to advance basically media and news gathering. So as we were talking about privacy protections, how do we ground these and ensure people's privacy, I'm also trying to reframe that question a little bit. And how do we ensure that media that has shown, in my opinion, a propensity, a desire to really advance and take this industry and this technology mature, how do we do that to ensure that, basically that state, basically is allowed to continue to use that technology and basically report as media or as news outlets?
And the privacy question we've been kind of getting to, there's this notion that when you're out, say, driving on the freeway, you don't really have a reasonable expectation of privacy because you're out there for everybody to see, and anybody who's driving next to you or a helicopter is flying above you can see that you're there, can see what you're doing, can see that you were a jerk, you didn't let the guy in when he had a signal on, and then you cut somebody off and cause an accident. And anybody who's there as a witness can see that. And so, what's the difference if that's observed by a drone or by a UAS flying above the freeway? Do I have that privacy analysis right, or am I wrong?
We'll hear more about this, I'm sure, from Dean Cherinsky. But the key, there are only a handful of Supreme Court cases here, and so there's a lot of play because there's variation from state to state where they've intervened. The Supreme Court cases have turned quite a lot on the technology. Now, for the example you're using, where you're looking at the roads, people are already in a distinctly public space, cruising around. They've made themselves open. The harder issues have had to do when there's surveillances of places that are ostensibly private in some way, but where whether it's helicopter or planes flying over are given an advantage that created a dispute. And the court's cases are pretty consistent in limiting the sort of, or defining the expectation of privacy around what people can ultimately get at. So you can move into sort of a backyard situation. Do you have expectation of privacy because you have an 8-foot wall, somebody uses ladder to get over it? The answer's kind of like no, really. On the other hand, inside your house, you will clearly have one, and most people would say that they do, and actually the survey results that Joe shared suggest that. They're much more concerned about certain spaces. And I think the question, the challenge for us isn't UAV's participation in areas that are widely understood to be public. Walking in the park, whether it's a UAV or helicopter looking at you, that probably won't make a difference. But it's the ability of UAVs to get people close enough to use different kinds of technologies to invade what normal people may think of as expectations of privacy. And that's the thing that the court has to resolve, and I think that's part of the kind of factor here around privacy, is that we're suddenly able to get to places that helicopters couldn't get to places. But it's simple, maybe a simple way of thinking about it.
Steve, your question highlights a perfect example of how hard it is to draw that bright line. There is a case working its way through the California courts. I think it's been argued at the California Supreme Court, but I don't think the opinion has been given, involving a person who was in an accident on a freeway in California. The car wound up down in a ditch, presumably out of vision and earshot of most people. The victim in the car accident had a candid conversation with the nurse from the ambulance that she claimed she never would have had if she had realized the television station had an unmanned aerial vehicle hovering close enough to pick up the conversation on the microphone. Now that, arguably, that was a public space, but we're going to find out from the California Supreme Court at least what they think her expectation of privacy, was that reasonable that she thought no one other than the nurse she was talking to could hear that conversation. So,
did she make some sort of admission? Did she make some sort of admission? I was driving drunk or something that was injurious to her case.
Apparently, she said things that she didn't want made public. It is, to my best of my knowledge, the only information we have about what that was. But it's a perfect example of how hard it is to draw that right line.
I know that the pace of regulation, especially from the federal government, does not ever keep pace with technology, whether it's biotechnology, whether it's UAS technology. How much of a drag, if you will the FAA regulations be as this industry tries to develop in the back?
I'll start first on that. So I'd just like to kind of bound this discussion by saying the idea that, and for those of you who are law students, the idea for you that you're going to see a large, Predator Reaper, MQ-1, MQ-9, kind of flying around and being used to traverse national airspace. You'll all be partners before you're going to see that. And I mean that. I mean, the FAA has demonstrated that is 10 years or longer in terms of their ability to get their arms around it. You've heard reference from Joel and others about the small UAS rule. The small UAS rule is working its way through the internal FAA process. Small UAS is defined as UAS 55 pounds or less, flown below 400 feet, and also what they call visual line of sight. So visual line of sight means you as the operator have to maintain visual line of sight. So what that really means is that the idea that you're going to see packages traverse, that's even longer than after you meet partner. So basically what we're really looking at to be responsive and to be immediate towards the technology, what we're really looking at is the utility of small systems that will be utilized, again, below 400 feet and for those types of things. So that's really what I think we need to kind of look at and focus on. We make thoughtful legislation and try to get our arms around this issue.
We also don't tend to legislate ahead of technology usually. Instead, we usually respond to developments. And I think, raised the kind of nuisance question, and the imagery I have in my notes here is, imagine the free-for-all in the Strip, when everybody brings their UAS so that they can cruise the Strip without physically cruising it to sort of, that's a disaster.
On New Year's, of course.
On New Year's, or eventually, as these things tend to go, they're fads, right? So very quickly it becomes like beaches in New Orleans. It used to be just running out on Bourbon Street every single day. So you can imagine a world where our commissioners are faced with this horrible scenario. It's not the people handing out the little cards, but it's instead, dozens, if not hundreds of UASs flying up and down the Strip. That's the sort of thing that will prompt the commission to pass a regulation, and that regulation will be subject to litigation. Part of the difficulty we have in Nevada, of course, and I'll put in a pitch from our friends in the state court system, is the absence of an intermediary appellate court makes it very difficult for us to develop law because learn about it, right? So I'm sure the Supreme Court would take this up, and whether they do take it up 6, 7, 8 times in a 5 or 6 year period, that's really too slow. And, fortunately, in other states, you'll probably see much more rapid development that we could then borrow. But the bottom line is that the uses of these items today are under significant pressure for the FAA to let people go. Like, just let them go, let them take off with this thing. And all that will really do is move the issue to local governments, and probably at a city and municipal level, where you see a proliferation of probably pretty restrictive regulations. We'll have a dispute about whether the FAA's leniency prohibits them from regulating devices.
That also just made me think that somebody will probably come up with a UAS that actually flies over the strip and drops those cards.
Yeah. They already don't have it in the garage or anything.
So, yeah. Exactly. Anybody else on that FAA question? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to get the audience to think about the separation between platform and sensors. Because we talk about these platforms being so invasive and the UAS providing unique capabilities we don't have anywhere else. And that's really not true, and I'm certain Paul can talk about this in more detail. But we have satellites that are hundreds of miles above us that have millimeter resolution. And so it's a question of what sensor you put on that platform. And most of the smalls, which are the biggest privacy concern, really can't carry sensors that have a really high detail spatial resolution. They're not going to carry our photographer's camera with that big lens on them. They can't do it. And a lot of these smalls that we're seeing, everybody's seen the little DJI quadcopter was in the video that Joel showed as a big selling UAS right now. They fly for 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes max. And so the battery life is a huge issue on that. And so I want to make certain that the audience is aware of technological constraints on what UAS can do. And they're just one of many platforms. And like Tom, I'm a remote sensing scientist. So depending on my question, and how much information I need at what scale. I might use a ground-based sensor, I might use a UAS sensor, a manned aircraft sensor, or a satellite data. So it's not a question of scale, and hopefully people can keep that in mind as we discuss this.
But UASs they're more ubiquitous, they're a lot cheaper. Most of us cannot afford to launch a satellite, especially with that level of technology. But I think probably pretty much everybody here could probably afford their own UAS.
You can download as many images of the data as you want for free from the USGS Aerospace Data Center, but it only has 30 meters spatial resolution. So, yeah, you're correct that as soon as you go up in scale on the platform and the complexity of the platform, the cost does become prohibitive for the average citizen. And, yeah.
Oh, that was an excellent lead-in. I actually have probably follow-up looking at the survey results, and I'm wondering how many of those that actually responded have actually flown UAVs themselves. In China, maybe get my mind wrapped up with why that people seem to be more concerned about crowd monitoring versus having the government use it. It just rang a bell because in robotics, there's a hypothesis called the uncanny valley. And I guess the way I would explain to my grandmother, it's kind of like when you watch the movie Star Wars, what was the most endearing robot, R2-D2 or C-3PO? It seemed like people liked R2-D2, even though it doesn't look like us. And the hypothesis is that the technology seems to be closer and closer to familiarity, that people somewhat get a little bit kind of repulsed by it. So that's why C-3PO people just didn't really care much for that robot. Okay? But then the familiarity gets so, you get so used to it that now that you really like the technology. So maybe I'm wondering if those people who kind of surveyed those that used UAVs and realized, hey, it only flies 10 minutes. It's not easy to fly this thing. And there's actually not really interesting things to look at. And it crashes a lot, and it's going to cost me another $1,000 to fix this thing. That I think technology will be more ubiquitous in a better way.
Paul, that may have been true last week, but this week, don't we have small UAVs that you can control with your smartphone, with your iPad, with your iPhone. Program in the coordinates and it flies there, takes a picture and comes back. And don't we have drones that are UAVs that are now in the testing stage that have solar panels on them that theoretically can stay up there for as long as the sun shines?
Oh, you're absolutely right. There are UAVs, all different sorts of classes and different price points. But like as Lynn mentioned, it depends on the flight. So yes, you can get a maybe $300 styrofoam quadcopter that could use an iPhone type of device, but it's not going to fly very well outdoors. Again, it's going to be limited to maybe about 10 to 20 minutes at a time. But yeah, I think a real driver to the price is because of our cell phones. This has been the real driver to how cheaply these type of platforms have been. Case in point, I bought a quadcopter, my first one, about 6 years ago. It cost me about $40,000. You have something today that performs maybe 4 times better, carries 4 times more payload, and costs only about $4,000. And it's all because the cell phone technology with the gyros, the cameras, battery life, all contributed to it.
Well, let's take some questions from the audience. Yep, all the way in the back.
Not an attorney or a lawsuit.
That's okay. It's all right.
We're talking about federalized commercial use at some point in the future, based on a set of laws that are clearly defined. Now look at the state of law and technology now, and how I defend myself. Regardless of what the law is, I'm home with vis-a-vis financial crimes, constant emails and calls from the IRS, the FBI, Microsoft, which I'm sure most people are getting here. So you know, it's almost impossible to enforce these laws. So if we went to a system of generalized use of UASs, how assured can I be that actually the law will be followed? Because this is a technology issue that's hard to regulate. I'm not real comfortable that drones like that really is the FBI looking at monster by consequence.
Okay, so the question is, what assurance do we give that the laws will actually be followed, given the pace of the technological innovation?
I think this is what the FAA is charged the test sites to help develop. What we've been asked to do on the testing side is to create a system so that developers and platforms can come to Nevada, put their devices in the air, go through some structured tests, and collect data that will help us to address the 3 broad groupings of issues that I mentioned. One is, how do we keep these things in the air without them falling down due to some small accident? Right? We have protocols for pilots, and in the end, the pilots have their own lives to try and save that help them to try and find a way to not crash. On the other hand, in general aviation, there crashes all the time, and these adventurous souls often die doing it. The second thing is, you don't have a person up there, so they can be hacked and taken over. So the security protocols, which is keeping the connectivity to the platform, is really quite crucial. And then the third thing, the privacy protocols that are related to the middleware. As Tom, I think, suggested, we are a fairly long way off from having a predator-sized plane driving around to make major deliveries. On the other hand, most commercial airlines today more or less fly themselves. We have a little bit of problem with the Malaysian flight, which we don't know how that happens, but we don't have an answer for that yet. But the truth is, every time you're on the 737, we have some guys there that are making sure we don't crash, but a lot of the activity is happening in an automated way. So the big issue that the FAA has asked us to do, in which they frankly are moving slowly and giving us authority to start testing, is how do we ensure that these devices in the sky are safe, just plain safe in these multiple dimensions. And as I think Lynn and Dr. O have highlighted, clearly as your phone gets bigger, you can have better battery life, but people like tablets, but they seem still pretty big to me. So similarly, as these platforms get bigger, you get more capability, but at the same time, it makes it much heavier. And these are sort of the base kind of technological questions that are put, but none of them answer the safety of these devices in the air. And that question actually comes before, not that we have to put it off, but it comes before the related questions about privacy and capabilities to invade privacy. We can't put the privacy question off. We have to answer it now and be prepared for it. But really the challenge is there are hundreds and hundreds of companies that are eager today to already be using these devices commercially, whether it's for real estate photos or paparazzi activities. But they all raise very difficult questions, and those are things that the FAA has asked us and the other designees to try and tackle. And we're dividing that work up and presumably get into it sometime soon.
Who else has stuff? Right here, in front of you.
Yes, building on what you said about automation, should we approach policy, should we approach research just in the grand scheme of it being automation? So it's not just this technology, it is just a technology. But when you bring the term automation in, you bring in the economic aspect of it. And the economics really are going to drive the proliferation as well as the application of these vehicles. If you look at, let's say, a police helicopter, for example, you don't want to be spied upon. But if you give the option of, I don't know what a police helicopter costs to be in the air for an hour, but to put a drone in the air for an hour is going to be a minute fraction of that. But if you start looking at how that then affects your taxes or your delivery costs or whatever the case might be, it's going to change, I think.
Right. I think you're right. I mean, certainly the decision of whether to use a helicopter for a particular purpose is limited for police forces by the tremendous cost of it. Once you reduce that cost dramatically, they may not have the same limitations on using it. That's why we have to answer privacy and use questions and the general policy questions up front.
No, I think that's an absolutely great point about having the economies. I always said that politics divide, but economies unite. And I think in many ways, another way to look at it is if we look what's happening in Europe or in Asia in this field, it's kind of like Sputnik all over again. And it's time really that America is able to kind of lead. We have the technology. And we could really define how this field can be. And, I think definitely the applications in the commercial world are a way to go. Who else? So step right up here.
Well, I'll bring this up because you talk about the platform, you talk about the data, and you talk about the sensor, and you talk about collection of data. But really, the gist of it is how you use that data. So I'm not worried about them sending an ad for my lawn pressure because I can ignore that. If they're going to audit my IRS return before somebody else is doing some data, I'm a little more concerned about that. Plus, the crazy aspect of who gets the data and how does it be used, and that brings in the cybersecurity issue. So I know that's a big issue. Could you talk maybe about a little bit how that's being addressed?
Sorry, I'm not really sure how you framed the question. It's not necessarily the data that's been collected, but how that data is used, and the laws and regulations as to what that can and cannot be used for. Right. Oh, and also, yeah, exactly how that we mentioned a couple times about how these things have to be made hardened against people hacking in. That has to be somebody that has to be. I mean, I think if that's a concern, there's definitely a way to engineer ways to develop the cyber trust. I know there are a lot of people working in that community to maybe harden that up. So I don't see that as being really a limiting factor. I mean, the only thing I think you know, in hearing what you're saying, what's stopping people taking their cell phones into the locker room and posting it on social media? Are there laws and regulations against that, or is it just that, you know, the social media shuns that or embraces it? So that is more, I think, not so much a technology issue, which I think we can solve, but more of how people actually use and distribute this type of data.
And actually, that does raise a good point, because here in Nevada, we do have a law addressing the exact point you just raised. When people started using their cell phones to take pictures of people's private parts, our Nevada legislature passed a law making specifically that action a crime in Nevada. Now, can we pass enough laws to address every misuse of the sensors that are capable of being mounted on an unmanned vehicle? That's kind of a mind-boggling thought that we would pass that many laws. But where people have come together to the legislature and said, this is so egregious, we want a specific law addressing this specific problem, we can do that, and we have that. I mean, in the area of aerial vehicles, Nevada did adopt a uniform law dealing with aeronautics back in 1923, I believe it was, and I think we amended it once since 1923, and so you know, it's certainly possible that the legislature may decide that nearly 100 years is long enough. Maybe we ought to take another look at that Nevada statute and address some of these issues.
One more question, right here. Sir.
Just didn't want to give delivery systems so maybe a short shift. I think a lot of us are thinking about living in a suburban house and replacing the pizza boy with the beer delivery lady or whatever with a drum. But if you go back to some of those urban canyons that spent some time back in New York City, in a senior city that gridlocks every afternoon, the only way to get something from one side to town to another is a kid on a bike. Okay? I think that those kinds of customers, or people that are customers out there, and what people are thinking is, what if you take an integration of a bunch of technologies, the networks that we have, the internet that we have, you can control a system of these things that can go from rooftop to rooftop. So you go from 30 Rock to the Empire State Building to the UN, to the, you know, so there's all these, maybe you go to the roof to go pick up what that package is. It's not coming in the window and landing on your cat. So it's, you know, I think there are some, and there's one guy watching 25 of these things, all via a network. And in that scenario, I don't even see why they need to have a camera on it. We would be watching the video, and who cares what your rooftop patio furniture looks like on the roof, because it's going to land on a pre-surveyed little pad that has a little homing beacon on it. So I guess what I wanted to say, I'm just kind of thinking a little out of the box here. We're out here in the land with plentiful airspace and plentiful real estate, and people live in houses that are individually designed, and they have a yard. You get back to the East Coast, it's not like that. And if you go to China, it's not like that. You go to Japan, it's not like that. And so there, I think, is a niche for this where we put that technology Steve's talking about and some other folks. Kind of take a look at it. There's that's low-hanging fruit, I think, out there that you know, you can do little short little UAVs carrying very precious little cargoes. Thanks.
I think you make a good point. We've been, I think one of the tendencies that even this panel has fallen into, but certainly our discussion sort of gravitates towards, is to try and anticipate a particular usage and then develop a legal rule to regulate that particular usage. And that's sort of a bad idea to start with, because we're not that smart. We can't guess all the usages. Instead, what we tended to do very effectively is to handle a large number of cases that come to courts and develop a generalized principle that governs a lot of cases. The important thing, and I think Paul referred to this a bit generally, is that we are behind on developing implementations because the FAA has been reluctant to allow usages in many, many different contexts. If you look at what's happening in other countries, they're deploying these devices in a wide variety of ways, and certainly collecting the couple of hundred countries and the probably 50 or so that are using this in a big way into one big unit, you see quite a lot of tests of different kinds of deployments along the lines of what you're talking about. It's where some of the things that are on our list of deployments actually have been developed. So agricultural surveying, Japan is using that in a big way. I just happened to read a story about that. And I think it's using those different kinds of deployments and determining from that what our needs are as a society and what our comfort level is. That's the challenge, and for most of our history, we've tended to do that not through legislation, but through court decisions. That's not been the case for the last 20 or so, 40 or so years, but I think it is a little tricky to try and guess and build a legislative solution to all of these things. It's not to suggest that a well-crafted privacy protection bill isn't necessarily a good thing, but it does suggest that if it's too detailed, it might not be effective and it might be problematic on its own.
Yeah, I just one comment to follow up with you, and that is my phone rings quite often from companies in other states. So first of all, I want you all to hazard a guess. Which state do you think those industries, most of those industries are calling? California. That's right. So now the reason that they're calling from California is not, you would think, their tax structure, right? They're overly increased. That's true, but almost to a T, their comment is that we can handle the overly burdensome regulations or requirements if, as we put pencil to paper, we know those up front, and we plan for them, and we budget for them. But to a T, they all say, the problem is we work through this process, and then halfway through, they change on us. You know, another entity, which we didn't know, a fire protection district, or, you know, a people's local community district, or somebody with some type of additional authority comes in and says, oh, you didn't get this extra permit, or you didn't build this according to the way we wanted it done. And then halfway through, it changes. So the issue here is, I think, as we look at different types of regulations and laws, is that do it, but do it in a way so that it's not constantly changing and evolving and morphing. Because what ends up happening is that is not good for industry. Industry, that's an agreement with industry.
That's it. That's all the time we've got for that. So let's thank our panel.
Thank you very much. We're so fortunate to have such expertise in our state. I want to point out that Joel and Terry's report will be available outside if you want to get a copy of it. And let's take a 10-minute break and come back for the Gemmer's.
Hi, you need some water or anything? No, I'm there was one more person I wanted to interview earlier. I was wondering if I could catch him before we start. Maybe just ask him a few questions. Or, I don't know. I don't know if there's any time for the interview. You know, possibly permanently, whichever's convenient. If I try to tag him and bring him here, can we do it now? Yeah.
Excuse me. Could you tell me with this one, will they have access to, I guess, release type of
You know, I am hired by the law school, so they will own the media, and what they have plans to do with it, I'm not clear. So the lady that was just here with me, her name is Catherine, and she would be disseminating the video. Yeah, I believe they're keeping it for their archives. I'm not sure. Now, I do believe he's webcasting. So there very well may be a component on their website. She should be back in just a second. Catherine is going to ask you questions. And just as a formality. All my components are on. I think that my components that Anyway, so with that said, what's the last thing?
We can take our seats. Please. Thank you. All right. So how we doing? You don't talk. I don't think it's working.
Yes, it is. Just tilt it down.
No.
You tilt it down. I can just use my fingers. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Sharp. I'm an associate professor of law here at the William S. Boyd School of Law. We're so excited to have you all here for this very important conversation. As most of you know, UNLV and the Boyd School of Law have been working over the past year with partners around the city and the state on public and private policy initiatives related to unmanned aerial systems in Nevada. Okay, those partners include Fenimore Craig, the Desert Research Institute, the Departments of Criminal Justice and Engineering at UNLV, as well as the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Okay, I began studying the intersection of privacy and technology after first teaching privacy law in 2007. I can tell you that nowhere does that intersection present itself more prominently now than in Nevada around the context of unmanned aerial systems. On the one hand, obviously and importantly, the UAS industry offers the potential for economic stimulus in Nevada. In Nevada alone, the UAS industry could have potential economic impact of over $2.5 million in untold jobs, including jobs in the technology industry. On the other hand, however, legal implications for the public and private use of this technology has become a growing concern. As you can see from Professor Joel Lieberman's important national survey on public attitudes around aerial drone systems, a majority of the public supports using drones for certain activities, such as military applications and search and rescue. While at the same time, the majority of Americans remain very concerned about drones monitoring people around their homes, considering it an invasion of privacy. Yet whether such monitoring is an invasion of privacy under the law is a complex question, raising numerous constitutional and statutory issues, depending on whether they are used by the government, by private industry, or even by contractors hired by the government. That is one of the many, many reasons that we are thrilled to have Dean Erwin Chemerinsky with us here today to help us grapple with these important issues and hopefully to move the conversation forward. For those of you who have never heard Dean Chemerinsky speak, you're in for a real treat. But just a few key highlights from his very impressive biography. Dean Erwin Chemerinsky is a Harvard Law graduate and the founding dean and distinguished professor of law and Raymond Price Professor of First Amendment Law at the University of California Irvine School of Law. Dean Chemerinsky is a national expert, and some would say the national expert on constitutional law, civil liberties, and appellate litigation. He's the author of over 200 prominent law review articles, as well as 8 books, most recently, The Case Against the Supreme Court, which was just published by Viking Press in the past month. He frequently argues cases before the nation's highest courts, including many before the United States Supreme Court. I give you Dean Erwin Chemerinsky.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Thank you for inviting me here today. I learned so much the first couple hours of this conference. Among the disturbing images from Ferguson, Missouri this summer was seeing the police there using military equipment against demonstrators. We learned that across the country, local police departments are acquiring equipment that previously had only been possessed and used by the military. This military equipment includes what's commonly referred to as drones. We've talked about this afternoon is the unmanned aerial surveillance systems. About the same time that this was going on in terms of reports, what was going on in Ferguson, Missouri, it was learned that police departments in California, in Los Angeles, and in San Jose had secretly acquired these unmanned aerial systems. We've learned police departments across the country are beginning to deploy them. It raises great concerns we've been talking about today with regard to privacy. Soon after these reports this summer, the California legislature passed the bill, AB 1367, to say that police in California could not use these unmanned aerial systems except with a warrant issued by a judge. Just a few weeks ago, California Governor Jerry Brown vetoed that bill. This afternoon, we talked a lot about privacy relative to these unmanned aerial systems. There's many ways in which these, which I'm going to refer to sake of simplicity, as drones, raise issues with regard to our privacy. We're concerned about their gathering information about us. We're concerned that they gather information about us in ways that otherwise would be regulated by law. We've heard people this afternoon talk about the concern that these drones might look in people's backyards, over the 8-foot fence, peer into people's windows, monitor what conduct is going on. To be sure, there's other ways in which the government can gather that information. The police with a warrant can go into somebody's home. People can go onto others' property, but there's laws that regulate that. The Fourth Amendment limits the ability of the police to do that. The tort law of trespass limits the ability of people to do that when we're not talking about law enforcement personnel. We're concerned that once the information is gathered, it's possessed. It might be collated. What we're talking about with these unmanned aerial systems is the ability to gather in-kind more, larger quantities of information than ever before. Because after all, the only other way to go into somebody's backyard, into somebody's house, limit how often that can happen. Drones, though, can be there so much more frequently, such a longer period of time, which means it's the government doing it. They have far more information, but it's done by private entities. They too have much more information. And the more information that's possessed, the more it can be collated, the more that it can be analyzed, the more that can be learned about us. And we're concerned from a privacy perspective of how it might be disseminated and how it might be used. Once the information is there, as people have raised their questions this afternoon, there's real worries about how the government, how private entities might use it. So in all these ways, the gathering, the possession, the dissemination and use of information, these UAS systems really raise important questions with regard to privacy. Someone said this afternoon, isn't it the case that we already have enough laws to deal with privacy? My thesis this afternoon is we don't. That the laws that exist with regard to privacy are grossly inadequate to deal with this new emerging technology. In fact, my central thesis is that we're a uniquely important moment in history. We're at the start of the use of this technology. There's the ability to put regulations in place from the very beginning. And that's what we're talking about this afternoon. In this regard, I want to make 3 main points. First, I want to suggest to you that traditional Fourth Amendment principles are insufficient to deal with the unmanned aerial systems. Second, I want to argue to you what we really need to do is to develop protection of informational privacy. And then third and finally, I want to suggest, with regard to these unmanned aerial systems, we need both legislative and judicial action, and we need it both at the state and federal level. So let me start by talking about the Fourth Amendment and its traditional principles, and why they are so inadequate here. In fact, if you look at the course of American history, the Supreme Court has been way behind the times in adapting the Fourth Amendment to new technology. The first major Supreme Court case about the Fourth Amendment and surveillance technology was Olmstead versus United States in 1928. The issue in this case was whether it's a search with the meaning of the Fourth Amendment for the police to engage in wiretapping if they don't have to enter the premises. Obviously, this was early in American history with regard to the existence of telephonic communications. It's the first chance the Supreme Court had to deal with wiretapping relative to this new and increasingly pervasive technology. And the Supreme Court held that it is not a search, and therefore no warrant is required if the police can engage in wiretapping without a physical trespass. So if the police can put their devices on the wires outside the home and then hear the conversations, no warrants required, no Fourth Amendment application. It wasn't for almost 40 years until 1967, in Katz versus United States, that the Supreme Court overruled Olmstead. Katz involved a gambler engaging in transactions from a phone and a telephone booth. I worry now when I teach this case to my students, they no longer know what a telephone booth is. The Supreme Court, in an opinion by Justice Potter Stewart, said that the Fourth Amendment protects persons, not places. The court said that the Fourth Amendment provides protection so long as there's a reasonable expectation of privacy. In other words, the police engage in wiretapping electronic surveillance. Even if there's no trespass, it's still a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. And of course, that has to be the law. But isn't it amazing that it wasn't until 1967 that the Supreme Court finally said that it's a search, even if there's no physical trespass? There's problems with the Katz approach with regard to reasonable expectation of privacy. How is it determined whether people have a reasonable expectation of privacy? Is it descriptive? Do we have to do surveys like those that we heard earlier and see what people really do expect? Is it normative, what people should expect? What if the government tells us in a particular instance not to have any expectation of privacy? It happens at airports today. There's a sign in front of every airport that once you enter, you can be searched. Have no expectation of privacy. Can the government just extinguish our privacy by telling us to have no expectation in a particular instance? Also, and we touched on it this afternoon, Katz provides no protection of privacy when people are out in public. Because once we're in public and we can be observed, then there's no longer any expectation of privacy. Katz remains the model for the protection of privacy under the Fourth Amendment. And yet it's one that seems so ill-suited to dealing with technology of the 21st century. Let me point to two Supreme Court cases. One from a quarter century ago, that I think is right on point for what we're talking about this afternoon, and the other from just a couple of years ago, to show you the inadequacy of Fourth Amendment's traditional principles in this area. I'm surprised that the case from 1989 of Florida versus Riley hasn't been mentioned here this afternoon, because it is as close as you can come to a Supreme Court case that's on point in terms of whether or not the use of unmanned aerial systems is a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. Riley involves the police using a low-flying helicopter to observe what was going on in somebody's backyard. The helicopter was flying at 400 feet, which was below the FAA-approved level for such vehicles. It was looking in the backyard area behind somebody's trailer. And the question was, is this a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment? The Supreme Court, 5-4, said it was not a search. Now, what this means then is The police would not need to get a warrant before going in a helicopter to look in somebody's backyard. There would not be a requirement for probable cause in order to do this. It means that the police in their low-flying helicopter can look in any of our backyards, and there would never be a need to follow the principles of the Fourth Amendment. I assume then that Florida versus Riley is the controlling case, because there's a challenge to the use by the police of drones to look in people's backyards, maybe even to look in their windows. The other case that I would point to in terms of the inadequacy of Fourth Amendment principles is a more recent case from 2012. It's a case called United States versus Jones. Antoine Jones was a suspect with regard to cocaine trafficking. The police got a warrant to tap his telephones. The warrant also authorized placing a GPS device on his phones. Tapping his phones. The warrant also authorized placing a GPS device on his car. The warrant specifically said that the GPS device had been placed on his vehicle within 10 days after the issuance of the warrant, and the GPS device had been put on the car while it was parked in the District of Columbia. Inexplicably, the police waited to the 11th day after the issuance of the warrant to put the GPS device on the car, and they put it on the car while it was parked in the state of Maryland. So everyone in the litigation agreed there was not a valid warrant when the GPS device was put on his vehicle. For 28 days, the police monitored the movements of Jones' car through the GPS device on the undercarriage. When Jones was prosecuted of cocaine trafficking, those GPS logs were key evidence against him. He was convicted, he was sentenced to life in prison. The issue before the Supreme Court was whether it violated the Fourth Amendment to put a GPS device on his car without a valid warrant and then monitor his movements for 28 days. I have long had a predictive principle about the Supreme Court and the Fourth Amendment. If the justices can imagine it could happen to them, then it violates the Fourth Amendment. At the oral argument, Chief Justice Roberts at one point said to the Attorney for the United States, Michael Dreeben, was it the government's position that it could place a GPS device on the bumper of Roberts' car without a warrant and follow him around? Justice Kennedy immediately followed up and said, was it the government's position that a police officer could slip a GPS device in Kennedy's pocket and follow him around without a warrant? I knew at that moment it was all over to the United States government. The Supreme Court 9-0 ruled against the United States government, saying that in this instance a valid warrant was required. Justice Scalia wrote a majority opinion driven by 4 other justices. Justice Scalia began his opinion, as he often does, by saying that the Fourth Amendment means the same thing today and was adopted in 1791. I confess that I find it incongruous, but his next sentence was, we have to decide whether a GPS device on a car violates the Fourth Amendment. But Justice Scalia found an 18th century English law precedent, Entick versus Carrington from 1765. He said, under Entick versus Carrington, this would be regarded as a trespass. He said, surely the framers of the Fourth Amendment in 1791 knew of Entick versus Carrington, a trespass is sufficient for a search. Justice Alito wrote an opinion concurring the judgment by 3 other justices. He said we shouldn't focus on 18th century English law in deciding what's a search in the 21st century. He said we should focus on whether there's an invasion of the reasonable expectation of privacy. He said at some point in the 28 days, monitoring Jones' movements was a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. I want to suggest to you that neither the approach of Justice Scalia nor that of Justice Alito is likely very useful when it comes to technology of the 21st century, like that which we're focusing on this afternoon. Imagine the movements of Jones' car had been followed, not by a GPS device on the undercarriage, but by cellular technology. Or as someone suggested in the last panel, by satellites. Or based on what we're focusing on, by drones. I'm reasonably confident that not even Justice Scalia can find an 18th century English law precedent to help us know when cellular technology or satellites or drones are searching for the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. But nor is focusing on the reasonable expectation of privacy very useful here. We don't have any expectation of privacy when we're driving on public roads. If the police wanted to have an undercover agent follow Jones everywhere he drove for a month, that would not require a warrant. In fact, more generally, we don't have privacy interests when we're out in public, not only under the Fourth Amendment, but not under the First Amendment either. The leading Supreme Court case here from 40 years ago was a case called Laird versus Tatum. It involved the Army spying on peaceful civilian demonstrations. And the Supreme Court found that a mere claim that was chilling speech was not enough to have a claim under the First Amendment. The court stressed what we do in public is there for the world to observe. And it can't be claimed that government monitoring is in any way infringement of First Amendment freedoms. So this is why I say that I think the traditional Fourth Amendment, even First Amendment principles, don't help us in dealing with the threats to privacy that are created by drones, these unmanned aerial systems. Well, this then brings me to the second part of our remarks. I think what we really need to do is to develop a theory of informational privacy. I think only a well-developed theory of informational privacy can deal with this technology of the 21st century. In my remarks so far, the panels earlier today repeatedly used the word privacy. But I think privacy is a very imprecise term. If you think about it, both in terms of the Fourth Amendment and in terms of tort law, we often use the word privacy to mean several different things. One thing that privacy is often about is protecting us from intrusion. That's really what the Fourth Amendment is historically about, protecting us from the police coming in and searching our homes, protecting the police search our persons, unless the police have a warrant with probable cause. That's very much a focus on protecting us from intrusion. The tort of trespass is again about protection from intrusion. A second way in which we talk about privacy is often in terms of informational privacy. This is about protection with regard to the gathering of information, or the possession of information, or the dissemination of information. Here there are federal statutes that protect privacy in particular instances. There's a federal statute that limits the dissemination of health information. This is commonly referred to as a law about privacy. There's the Federal Video Privacy Protection Act. You might remember that when Robert Bork was being considered for the Supreme Court in 1987, people went and got the records of the videotapes that he had rented from a local video store. Maybe my students will respond to videotapes at video stores like phone booths. But Congress then protected and has since amended the Video Privacy Protection Act that limits the ability to access information about what videos somebody is buying from a video store or not getting from Netflix. Again, the focus there is on informational privacy. In the tort law context, there is a tort of public disclosure of private facts. It's about creating liability. People reveal information about others. Or there'd be an expectation of secrecy, or a disclosure would be offensive to the reasonable person. And it's not a matter of public concern. There's a third way in which we use privacy, and that's protection of autonomy. Here I think of the landmark Supreme Court case of Griswold versus Connecticut in 1965, where the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional a Connecticut law that prohibited the sale, distribution, or use of contraceptives. Justice William Douglas wrote the opinion for the court, and he said, quite famously, that privacy is protected by the penumbra of the Bill of Rights. He talked about how within the idea of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, there are notions of privacy. One commentator said, Douglas was like a cheerleader skipping through the Bill of Rights, saying, give me a P, give me an R, give me an I, without privacy with the number of the Bill of Rights. But many Supreme Court cases through history have protected privacy in the sense of autonomy. In the 1920s, the Supreme Court protected the right of parents to control the upbringing of their children. Since then, as aspects of privacy, the court has protected autonomy with regard to the right to procreate, the right to custody of one's children, the right to keep the family together, the right to abortion, the right to refuse medical care, the right to engage in private, consensual, same-sex sexual activity. All of this we refer to also as privacy, but in a very different sense than we're speaking of privacy this afternoon. Here it's privacy with regard to autonomy. What I want to suggest to you, though, is that while the law is very well developed in terms of protection of intrusion, and very developed with regard to protection of autonomy, the law is not very well developed with regard to the middle type of privacy, protection of informational privacy. And that's really what's key when we're talking about unmanned aerial systems. We talk about this in terms of the Constitution, in terms of statutes, in terms of tort law, all of which I think go to the question asked at the first panel, do we have enough law? There's very little in the way of constitutional law concerning informational privacy. In fact, the most the Supreme Court has ever said is it would assume that there's a right to informational privacy, but not decide the question. There was a Supreme Court case, 1977, called Wayland versus Roe. New York had a law that required that when doctors prescribed certain controlled substances, they had to fill out a form. The form had to list the doctor's identifying information. It will also give the patient's identifying information, name and address, and it had to include the type of drug that was prescribed. And all of this was then kept in a central agency in the state of New York. And the claim was made that this was an invasion of the right to privacy. The Supreme Court, in an opinion by Justice Stevens, upheld the New York law. The court said, as I already alluded to, they would assume that there was a right to informational privacy, but had no need to decide the question. It said that New York's law served a sufficiently important interest with regard to regulating controlled substances, thus it didn't violate the Constitution. It wasn't until 2011 that the Supreme Court returned to the issue of informational privacy. The case was NASA versus Nelson. After September 11th, regulations were adopted to increase the screening and security clearances for those who worked in the federal government and those contracting with the federal government. This case involves a person who worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at Caltech and was employed pursuant to a federal contract. As a result of the terms of the federal regulation, one of the things he had to disclose is whether he ever received psychological treatment or therapy and whether he'd ever used any prohibited substances. He brought a challenge to this, saying to require him to disclose this information invaded his right to privacy. He said there's nothing with regard to his job functions that in any way could endanger national security. And essentially, given what he was doing for the government, it was none of the government's business whether he'd ever received therapy, whether he'd ever smoked marijuana. Of course, he said, this is information that's very private, especially with regard to the psychological treatment that he might have received. The United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ruled in favor of Nelson. The Ninth Circuit accepted his claims with regard to privacy and the lack of a countervailing government interest. The United States Supreme Court unanimously reversed the Ninth Circuit. Justice Alito wrote the opinion to the court. Justice in Wayland versus Roe, the Supreme Court said it would assume that there was a right to informational privacy, but it had no need to decide that issue. The court said that the government had sufficient interest in making sure that those who were working pursuant to a government contract, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, disclosed information, including whether they had received therapy and what drugs they had used. Justice Scalia and Thomas concurred. And Justice Scalia said forcefully, There is no right to informational privacy protected by the Constitution. Justice Scalia said, no prior Supreme Court case has ever recognized the right to informational privacy. None should be found to exist. I would point to one other case, an even more recent decision, that reflects the lack of concern by the court with regard to informational privacy. It's a decision from 2013, Maryland versus King. It involves a Maryland law that says if a person is arrested for a serious crime, DNA would be taken. And the DNA would be obtained to see if it matched an unsolved crime in the police database. Alonzo King was arrested for an assault in Maryland. There was no dispute that he committed the assault. He admitted to the police officers. There were eyewitnesses. Assault is a crime under the Maryland law where DNA is taken. DNA is obtained by a cotton swab inside the cheek. The DNA is analyzed not to relate it to the crime that King had committed. He admitted to that. But rather, the sole purpose was to see if it matched an unsolved crime in the police database. Several months after taking the DNA, the results came back. King's DNA matched that of a rapist from an unsolved rape. Additional DNA was taken under Maryland law. King was convicted of rape and sentenced to life in prison. The question was whether taking this DNA violated the Fourth Amendment. The Supreme Court 5-4 ruled in favor of the police. Justice Kennedy wrote the opinion to the court. He said the key test for the Fourth Amendment is one of reasonableness. He said reasonableness is determined by balancing the law enforcement justifications against the privacy interests. He said the law enforcement benefits here are great in terms of solving unresolved crimes. He said the intrusion on privacy is minimal. It's just a cotton swab inside the cheek. He said this is just like taking fingerprints from a suspect. It's long been practiced in police departments. Take fingerprints as part of booking. He said this is really no different. Justice Scalia wrote for the four dissenters. His opinion was joined by Justice Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and Kagan. Justice Scalia, writing for the dissenters, said, this is the first time in American history that the Supreme Court has allowed a search without probable cause or exigent circumstances. Justice Scalia stressed that this is a situation where the search was done to see if a person had committed a crime for which he or she was not in any way a suspect. Justice Scalia said this is analogous to the old general warrants in England that the Fourth Amendment was meant to prohibit. Justice Scalia rejected the analogy of fingerprinting. He said fingerprints are taken from a person for the purpose of quick identification. To the extent they solve other crimes, that's incidental. He said DNA isn't taken to identify a person. The results don't come back for many months. It's taken solely to see if the person committed a crime for which he is not a suspect. But I think both the majority and the dissent miss the importance of this case for informational privacy. A tremendous amount can be learned about a person from his or her DNA. What can be known about any of us, even from so-called junk DNA, is increasing exponentially each year. What does it mean when the government can have a DNA database of many, if not all of us? After all, in light of Maryland versus King, can't the state now say that every time a person is stopped by the police for anything, the police get to take DNA? What if the state says every time somebody goes for a driver's license, they have to provide a DNA sample? What if the state says the DNA must be taken from every baby? If it's a question of balancing law enforcement gains against privacy, won't the court always, unless it focused on informational privacy, approve this? Because there's always great benefit in solving unresolved crimes. And if all the court cares about is there's the cotton swab inside the cheek, isn't the intrusion on privacy minimal? What the court was missing here was the concern with informational privacy. What does it mean for the government to be able to have a large DNA database? What's going to do with it then? So I suggested to you then that the Constitution as it's been interpreted by the Supreme Court, doesn't provide enough protection with regard to informational privacy. That suggests that statutes don't provide very much protection either. Now let me talk about this in the context of law enforcement. There are statutes that limit the ability of law enforcement to engage in electronic surveillance. The Omnibus Crime Control Act of 1968 says that whenever law enforcement wants to engage in electronic surveillance, they need to get a warrant from a federal court. And there are procedural protections, like minimizing how much can be listened to as part of that. There are logs and records that are required. Congress has created an alternative procedure with its national security under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. But that statute clearly says whenever the police are engaging in electronic surveillance, they either have to get a warrant from an Article III court, a federal district court, or from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, which is comprised of Article III judges appointed by the Chief Justice of the United States. But if you read these statutes, they are about electronic surveillance, wiretapping, intercepting computer communications like emails. They don't provide any protection whatsoever. What we're talking about today, the use of drones, the use of unmanned aerial systems. Tort law also is inadequate in this regard. Tort law is traditionally focused on trespass. Of course, to this day, if somebody goes on somebody's property without consent, that's an actionable tort. It's a tort that's existed at least since the English legal system on which ours is based. But I said there's also a tort of public disclosure of private facts. If somebody, media, reveals information where disclosure be offensive to the reasonable person, and it's not a public concern, there's a tort in that regard. But it's difficult to see the tort that's committed when a private company flies a drone over somebody's backyard and observes what's going on, or a private company flies a drone to look inside somebody's window. Traditional tort law principles wouldn't apply there. Which is why I say when you look at all of these sources of law, constitutional, statutory, common law, there's a need for much more in the way of protecting informational privacy. Privacy with regard to the gathering, the collection, and the dissemination of information. And so this then brings me to the third and final part of my remarks. And I want to talk about the need for both legislative and judicial action. And I think it has to come at both the state and the federal level. Now, in thinking about this, it's important to separate government actions, state actions, from private actions. When we're talking about what the government, which officers is doing, then we're talking about what's limited by the Constitution. It can also be limited by statute. But when we're dealing with private actors, the businesses who were mentioned in the prior panel, then we're dealing with protections not through the Constitution, but through statutes in the common law. So notice then there can be statutory protections both with regard to the government's use of drones and with regard to private use of drones. And here is a starting point. I want to point to a California statute adopted about 15 years ago that I think, without it being intended to do so, helps limit the ability to use drones and unmanned aerial systems. It's called the California Privacy Act. And what it says is that it is a tort within California, as a basis for civil liability in California, to use video audio enhancement equipment to gain images or sound that would otherwise require a physical trespass. In other words, what this California law does is create the idea of a technological trespass. Let me tell you a little bit of the origins of the law, since I'm somewhat involved with regard to the drafting and then the testifying on behalf of it. After Princess Diana was tragically died in a tragic accident, there were a lot of efforts in California to regulate the paparazzi. And a hearing was held by the California Senate Select Committee on the Entertainment Industry about what could be done to regulate the paparazzi. And people wanted to pose things like license the paparazzi. Well, that violates the First Amendment. or limit the ability of the paparazzi to take pictures in public. That violates the First Amendment. And I remember sitting on this panel, and almost all of the suggestions saying, can't do that, it would be unconstitutional. And from the discussion there, it arose that one thing that California could do was say that it's impermissible to use technology to gain images or sound that otherwise require a physical trespass. It's impermissible for the paparazzi to use a telephoto lens to see in somebody's house when otherwise they can only see that by physical trespass. It's deemed a technological trespass if the paparazzi use a parabolic microphone and point it at a window to hear conversations that would otherwise require a physical trespass. The California legislature adopted this. Now, at the time this was enacted, no one had ever heard of drones or unmanned aerial systems. But if you think about it, that statute would apply to this technology, because it would now say that it is an offense in California, it's a tort that leads to civil liability for anyone to use an unmanned aerial system to gain visual images or sound that would otherwise require technological trespass. I think that this law can be a model for states across the country. In fact, right now, the Tennessee legislature is considering the most identical version to the California law. Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed such a bill nationally. It didn't get very far in Congress. But I think Congress, too, could adopt such a law that traditionally would leave tort law and civil liability to the state system. But this is the kind of legislation that could be adopted to provide us protection, especially with regard to the private use of these drones. I think there's things that legislatures can do with regard to limiting when police can use the unmanned aerial systems. I think the bill that was passed by the California legislature I mentioned, AB 1367, is a good model. It says that before the police can use these systems to gather information about individuals, they should have to get a warrant from a judge. Notice, AB 1367 did not prohibit the use of drones by the police. What it simply said is that the police should have to follow the same procedure as for all their searches, all electronic surveillance. They should have to get a warrant. I was very distressed when Governor Jerry Brown vetoed this. Now, there's certainly narrower versions of this that could be adopted. I could, for instance, say that the police should have to get a warrant when they're going to use a drone, but otherwise gathering the information would require a physical search or the interception of electronic communication. And one nice thing of 1367 is it had a broader focus, and again, it doesn't prohibit the police using technology. It just creates the traditional mechanism of a judicial warrant. My hope is that courts will also act. With regard to private use of drones, courts can develop the common law, and courts can take guidance from statutes like that in California and make it a matter of common law principle. Courts can certainly develop the common law of trespass by technology, saying that the trespass to use a drone or other electronic equipment, if you're gathering images or sound that otherwise require a physical trespass. I also hope that the Supreme Court will bring the Fourth Amendment into the 21st century. I think that the court needs to overrule the decision that I mentioned, Florida versus Riley, that it wasn't a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment for the police to look inside somebody's backyard through a low-flying helicopter. I have some hope that the Supreme Court might move in this direction from a couple of other Fourth Amendment cases. One from 13 years ago, the other from June of this year. The one from 13 years ago is a case called Kylo versus United States. What was involved here is that the police thought that a marijuana growing operation was going on in a house. Marijuana growing emits a great deal of heat. And so the police went to the house and pointed the thermal imaging device at it. And the question was, whether the use of the thermal imaging device was a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. And the Supreme Court, an opinion by Justice Scalia, said that it was a search within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. In other words, the police would have to get a warrant for using the thermal imaging device. In part, Justice Scalia said it was a search because these thermal imaging devices weren't used very much. I don't know why that should be decisive. Certainly, the fact that there's more invasions of privacy should make it more acceptable. I think the part of the opinion that's more relevant for our purposes today is he talked about how much could be learned about what's going on inside the house through the use of the thermal imaging device. Thermal imaging devices can see the outline of a person's body based on the heat that's emitted. Could therefore observe people engaged, he said, in intimate activities. Is it kind of then really ultimately about informational privacy? Isn't the court there concerned about the use of technology to gather information that people would want to otherwise keep secret? Otherwise, people could only learn what's going on in the house if they had a warrant, if there was probable cause. And that's why the thermal imaging device is a search. The other case where the court's pointing to the protection of informational privacy was in June of 2014, Riley versus California. In fact, I would suggest to you that this is the most important Supreme Court case in history with regard to what I'm talking about this afternoon, informational privacy. Riley was stopped by a police officer during a burned-out headlight. The officer did a license check. Turned out that Riley did not have a valid license. The police looked in the back of Riley's car, and a large number of weapons. Riley was arrested. The search was done in instant arrest. The police took Riley's cell phone. It was a modern smartphone. The officer turned on the cell phone, looked at the pictures there. Some of them were very incriminating as Riley for involvement in recent gang-related activity. The question is, was it permissible for the police, as part of a search instant arrest, to look at the contents of Riley's cell phone? The companion case that was briefed and argued separately, though decided together with Riley, involved a man in Boston by the name of Worry. The police observed him engage in a drug transaction. Right after that, the police arrested him. Officers did a search incident arrest. The officers took his cell phone. It was an old-style flip phone. And the police looked at the numbers he recently dialed. They traced them, and it was incriminating his Worry. Again, the issue is, can the police look at the contents of the cell phone as part of a search incident arrest? The Supreme Court unanimously ruled that absent a warrant or exigent circumstances, the police cannot look at the contents of a cell phone as part of a search incident arrest. Chief Justice Roberts wrote the opinion of the court. Chief Justice Roberts began by noting that we generally let the police do a search incident arrest to protect the safety of officers and prevent the destruction of evidence. He said here that information within the cell phone poses no threat to the officers. There's other ways to stop the destruction of evidence. But the most important part of the opinion, he talked about the privacy interest that we all have in the contents of our cell phones. He noted that over 90% of all Americans have cell phones. He said for many Americans, cell phones are an extension of our anatomy. I think he knows my teenagers. He even gave statistics on the percentage of Americans who use their cell phones while in the shower. I don't get it, but that's... He then talked about how cell phones contain the privacies of life. That was his phrase. We can put on our cell phones sensitive information, our medical records, our financial records. He said for somebody's cell phone, it's often possible to access a cloud or a web server and get access to even more information. So the government can look at somebody's cell phone, if they have probable cause and get a warrant from a judge. And of course, as always so with regard to warrants, it's permissible to search without one if there's exigent circumstances. Chief Justice Roberts gave the example of a child abduction or a terrorist situation is exigent circumstances. The reason I mention this case is the Supreme Court was focusing on informational privacy. The privacy interest we all have in the information contained in our cell phones. And this leads me to believe there's a basis for the court to expand this to create informational privacy with regard to the unmanned aerial systems, to create informational privacy, to protect us when they're gathering information about us, when information from them is stored, when information from them is disseminated. I mentioned that Olmsted versus the United States was the first Supreme Court case to deal with technology in the Fourth Amendment. It's also very famous for a dissenting opinion by Justice Louis Brandeis. He said there the greatest threats to liberty will come from people acting for beneficial purposes. He said people born to freedom know to resist the tyranny of despots. He said the insidious threat to liberty will come from well-meaning people of zeal with little understanding of what the Constitution is about. I think it's in light of that we have to be so vigilant as this new technology develops to make sure that it's accompanied by privacy protections. Thank you.
How does the Patriot Act factor into any of this? Or Homeland Security, is that separate, overrule it, or whatever?
The Patriot Act in many ways expands the ability of the government, especially the foreign intelligence part of the government, to gather information. So it used to be in order for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to issue a warrant, the purpose had to be gathering foreign intelligence information. The Patriot Act says a purpose must be gathering foreign intelligence information. No longer does it have to be the purpose. The Patriot Act allows for so-called sneak and peek warrants. Generally, when the government engages in a search, they have to tell somebody, and they have to give an inventory of what's taken. The Patriot Act specifically allows this. The Patriot Act allows roving wiretaps. So instead of the police having to get a warrant, enumerate the phone numbers they're listing, they can say the person will list all of the phones the individual has. Section 215 of the Patriot Act expands the ability of the government to gather information about people through so-called national security letters. There's a lot of publicity about the government going and getting people's library records under Section 215 of the Patriot Act. And when there's a national security letter issued by the FBI for information, the person who's disclosing the information can't tell the person the information is about. So those are just a few of the ways that the Patriot Act expands the ability of the government to gather information about people.
Doesn't that undermine anything?
Sure it does. One of the prior speakers said, what we're talking about here is a balance. We're talking with regard to the Patriot Act about the balance between privacy interests and national security. I think in some ways the Patriot Act, which is a very long statute, was desirable. It does many things that are good. It increases the communication between parts of the government. I think in other places I'm very troubled. So as to the last example I mentioned, I'm very troubled by the authority under the Patriot Act for the FBI to issue national security letters, and to that obtain things like our library records, our bookstore records, our student records, our medical records, and the like, and then we don't even get told that this has been disclosed about us.
One more question?
Teacher Brinsky, can you tell us about the preemption provision? As we move forward with state level regulation, what I wonder about is where we can constitutionally regulate without drawing the ire of the federal court system.
It's a great question. And the difficulty is the law in this area is so undeveloped, it's hard to talk about preemption. Unless we know what the state is doing and what the federal government has done, how can we know what the state is doing is preempted? Keep in mind that preemption can be found in any one of three ways. One is if there's a conflict between the federal law and the state law. Often this is called conflict preemption. It's that the federal law and the state law is mutually exclusive. So if the federal government says, this is the procedure that has to be followed, the state can't then say, don't follow that procedure. At this point, it's hard to find many instances that would be conflict preemption. At least I can't think of any in terms of what I've been discussing this afternoon. The second way in which preemption we found is if a state law interferes with achieving a federal objective. Even if the federal law and the state law are not mutually exclusive, if the federal law goals are being frustrated by what the state is doing, then there can be preemption. And again, here I can imagine with regard to certain FAA control of airspace, certain kinds of state regulations might be said to interfere with achieving the federal objective. The third way in which you can find implied preemption is if the federal government has evidenced a clear intent that federal law would wholly occupy a field, so-called field preemption. If Congress has indicated in the statute or the legislative history and structure that federal law is meant to occupy the field, then state and local laws are preempted. That's field preemption. Now, I have focused on the three ways that there's implied preemption, because I think that's what this is likely to be about. What I didn't include in my initial answer is there can always be express preemption. Any time the federal government has the authority to act, Congress in a statute can say, and state laws are preempted here. I don't think we're dealing with express preemption here, which is why I put it to the side. My guess is that ultimately, when preemption is going to come up, it's most likely to be in the second way of implied preemption. It can be said that the state law here is interfering with the federal objective in a particular area. But preemption has to be specific to the particular state law and the federal law in the area.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. That concludes our program. Please join us for a reception that will be starting right after this.
Oh, you're going to want? Oh, you want? Oh, you're going to? Thank you so much.
Aaron? His name is Aaron Mays. And as far as his phone number, I'm not sure. I don't have it. But his name is Aaron Mays, and he works for UNLV. Aaron Mays, and he's with Photo Services here.
The term expiation is a canon term when you've done something wrong and you confess it.
Thank you so much. Take the check off.
Someone's stuck on that.
It's not mine, it was someone else's. It was Mike, and I'm not sure where he went. No, I'm probably Mike. Oh, great. Borrowed it. I'm sorry, I don't know. I was the video portion, I don't know where it originated. For future reference, if you have the help desk number.
Overall, very good. Well, I'm glad that it didn't get in the way of not having someone else. Well, not yeah. I it was just because